Good afternoon. My name is Aneta Pazik-Aybar. I'm the head of the Open Science team at the National Science Center, and it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of the National Science Center at the third edition of the EOSC National Tripartite Event. The first edition was organized in 2022, the second one in 2023, and now we are here at the Jagiellon University's Auditorium Maximum building for the third edition. And this edition happens in a very important and intensive period when it comes to the development of EOSC. On the one hand, a national EOSC PL node has been just established and it's developing. On the other hand, the EOSC Federation has been kicked off. A week ago, there was a kick-off meeting in Brussels where the representatives of the Polish EOSC national node also participated. So there is also an ongoing discussion about the future of EOSC, about how the EOSC should be structured, governed, and how it should be organized and provide the highest value for the research process. So today we are expecting very interesting presentations, insights from diverse stakeholders regarding the policy aspects related to EOSC, but also from the research infrastructures and from the policymakers who are responsible at universities for implementing the open science and research data related practices. So again, thank you very much for joining us today, and we are very much looking forward for interesting discussions and for the presentations. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Natalia Galica, who will introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Aneta. My name is Natalia Galica. I am also a team member of Open Science Unit at National Science Centers, and I have a huge pleasure to welcome all of our speakers and panelists. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and presenting us today the insights of EOSC at very different levels and from very different perspectives. From the perspective of research funding organization, which is a mandated organization to EOSC Association, from the perspective of Ministries of Science and Higher Education, Steering Board, EOSC Steering Board, EOSC Association, and last but not least, European Commission. So this is how our panel, the first panel, will look like. I will initially invite speakers to present the insights. So let me introduce and welcome the Director of National Science Center, Krzysztof Jóźwiak. National Science Center Poland is a research and funding organization, which is also a mandated organization to EOSC Association, and is a coordinator of national node known as EOSC PL. Director, the floor is yours.
Okay, can I ask the presentation to be loaded, please? Yes. Thank you very much, dear participants, dear representative of European Commission, dear representatives of Ministry of Science and Higher Education, dear representatives of EOSC, dear participants in this event. This is my great pleasure to welcome you on this event. I was asked to provide the perspective of on the EOSC from the side of the National Science Center, and I was also asked to be extra quick, so I will try to get that very quickly. So, as it was already mentioned, yes, everyone knows what EOSC is, and I'm not going to go into details in this audience. However, I'd like to say that this is really important initiative for the development of innovative research methods and research approaches, for the increase of the competition of European science on the international level. And this is also a very important initiative in the new era or new revolution related to artificial intelligence, to machine learning, to big data analysis. This is all very important and affects our research and science in the future. As it was already said, yes, National Science Center is a mandated organization to the EOSC Association, and it plays a supporting role for the ministry in the EOSC steering board. It is a national coordinator of the EOSC Polska, EOSPL network, and also to the EOSC Poland national node, and I'm going to talk about that in the moment. We also have plenty different activities on promoting of the ideas and the promoting of funding opportunities in this area, in the encouraging Polish institution to engage in those activities. We are organizing many different events like the one today, and also we play a very important role in information, in maintaining the EOSC PL website, as well as training of the different aspects which are related to the open science idea. Very quick on training. We do really a lot of activities on this. This is the list when we use training both for researchers and for data stewards. We completed the first edition of the course, which was run from October 2023 to June 2024. And the second edition has been launched at the end of the last year, and now it is ongoing. And that's the tools which I used. Something which I wanted to show you is that we really are very happy and very proud of a number of registered participants. So the first round involved more than 5,000 participants. Currently running a program, we already have more than 2,400 participants registered in those activities. We also are running or are responsible for the website eosc.gov.pl. When there is a very large content on those activities, on those opportunities, which I was just mentioned about, and we are encouraging everyone to have that or to access that. Something which I wanted to draw your attention in particular is our new activities on the EOSC national node. So we created the network or the partnership between several strategic partners. National Science Center is the one, PL Grid Consortium, Gdańsk University of Technology, and ICM University of Warsaw. We are creating this network, and currently we have more than 26 partners in these partnerships, and we are obviously encouraging everyone else to join to that initiative. This is very important. This is the slide, pretty busy slide, but shows the resources of those national nodes which are going to be involved, which are going to be created. And indeed, this is really very important aspect of the maintaining the idea of open science, which are very important in the research. And the last slide, we are the partners of the Horizon Europe projects, EOSC Gravity and EOSC Focus. I'm sure this is something which is also discussed and presented in this event. So I was trying to be very quick. I welcome everyone, and I really look forward for the very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
much. Now I would like to invite, yes, here. Now I would like to invite Michał Goszczyński, who represents the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. He's the Deputy Director of the Department of Innovation and Development. Mr. Goszczyński, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, in the current context where open and findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable data practices are essential to unlocking the full potential of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, and advanced data analytics, all of which rely on large volumes of high-quality data, the European Open Science Cloud is not just a technical or policy instrument. From the perspective of the ministry, it's an important element of the whole system. For Poland, aligning national research ecosystems with EOSC principles is not only about contributing to European vision, it is about ensuring competitiveness, fostering innovation, and building the secure and sovereign digital capabilities needed for the scientific excellence. Poland acknowledges the European Open Science Cloud as a critical enabler of high-quality, data-intensive research. The EOSC core value proposition lies in facilitating access to curated, fair, compliant datasets and interoperable services that underpin emerging scientific and technological advancements, notably in artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, and cross-sector innovation. Ensuring that EOSC remains a secure, trusted, and sovereign digital environment is essential for Europe's strategy, autonomy, global competitiveness, and scientific excellence. EOSC needs to be well aligned with the broader vision for European research and innovation, as it was outlined in the reports of Letas, Draghis, and Haytos. These perspectives confirm that EOSC is not merely a research initiative, but it is a strategic pillar for Europe's competitiveness and capabilities when it comes to innovation. And Poland recognizes that the future success of EOSC depends on the establishment of clearly defined and agile governance framework. This structure must enable effective coordination among national thematic nodes and research communities while preserving the diversity of national approaches. Sustained engagement and representation of member states and associated countries should form an essential part of an inclusive and collaborative governance structure within Tripartite. We as the ministry would like to emphasize the need for a transparent and layered funding mechanism that ensure complementarity with national and European investments, that maximizes impact and streamlines support for the continued development and integration of EOSC. This includes leveraging both financial and in-kind contributions, while aligning with national and European strategic priorities. Capacity building is equally vital, particularly in enhancing skills related to data stewardship, FAIR principles, and digital research infrastructures. We remain committed to EOSC, both financially and through in-kind contributions. Poland considers EOSC to be a crucial element in strengthening national and European science and innovation, to reiterate it once more. And we recognize the importance of open science and fair data. The ministry has incorporated EOSC principles into Poland's upcoming national open research data policy that hopefully will be published by the end of the Polish presidency. This policy will require that all research data resulting from publicly funded research be openly accessible and will also embed research infrastructures as key components of national data sharing landscape. As stated in the policy, the EOSC framework plays a key role in shaping the structure and strategic direction of the national approach. The national data sharing system is intended to be designed to align with EOSC architecture, ensuring coherence with the broader European landscape. We are pleased to observe the dynamic development of EOSC-related activities, including those taking place within Poland. In particular, we welcome the establishment of EOSC PL national node and inclusive collaboration among Polish institutions of the higher education and science system. From the perspective of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, such collaborations are extremely important for creating critical mass that will help grow the scope of possible activities. And I can assure that we'll look into possible options of supporting such endeavors, of course taking into consideration budget constraints of both the ministry and the institutions that work within our system. We'll also facilitate contacts between EOSC and the research infrastructures that are located on the Polish map of strategic infrastructures. We already put a plan for that into motion. Thank you very much, and I hope that you'll have a great meeting today.
Thank you, Mr. Goszczyński. Now we would like to have more of insights of EOSC tripartite governments. So I would like to welcome Katrin Winkler, who represents DGRTD, European Commission, Unit for Open Science and Research Infrastructures. Katrin, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and to give a few words from the side of the European Commission. EOSC has many phases. You have already heard. It's about operations, but it's also about policy. And I would like to start out giving you a few words about the most recent developments on the policy level. You may have seen this slide before. EOSC is integrated into our open science activities in Europe. It has been active and very important topic during the last 10 years, and during the last 4 years we have had very important works towards developing a more profoundly open science. This was, for instance, in 2020, the Commission communication, A New Era for Research and Innovation, followed by the Council recommendation, A Pact for Research and Innovation in Europe, and the Council conclusions on the future governance of the European research area. And this was followed up by the development or elaboration of the ERA policy agenda 2021 to 24. And after that, we had also a few more very relevant documents and conclusions in the area. This is an old picture. 21-24 is already past, and I will briefly show you in a few minutes what the new policy agenda will look like with regard to EOSC. You have seen this maybe. EOSC has been already very prominent in the old era policy agenda as a very important enabler for open science. Enabler especially in the area of research output management for publications, data, services, and other outputs. Now, very recently, also end of last month, the new ERA policy agenda was communicated and endorsed. And you see here what are the main areas, the 4 main areas of the policy agenda 25 to 27. This is on the one hand side, deepening an internal market for knowledge, research and innovation excellence, the green digital transition, and investment into reforms. And especially for our unit on open science and research infrastructures, you find our main activities already in the first priority area. So enabling open science, then research infrastructures, research assessment, very important, also bridging to open science and EOSC, and AI and science and research in the EU. Now, in the first action area of the first priority, you find EOSC directly. It's called Enabling Open Science via sharing and reusing of data, including through the EOSC, European Open Science Cloud. You see a few of the objectives that are a bit common, of course, because they're not really changing. They remain a principal objective. So making open science practices becoming the new normal, developing standards, tools, and services to allow research to find, access, reuse, and combine results, then more concisely to deploy and maintain a federated community-driven infrastructure, and also to develop better legal conditions and resources for researchers. The strong focus of the ERA action is that we achieve a step change across the research communities and research infrastructure in Europe. And some examples of this is, for instance, by promoting the uptake of the EOSC EU node, by enlarging the EOSC Federation. Of course, this involves strongly stakeholder consultations, the community, scientific community, most importantly. And of course, this all needs to be accompanied by an improved EOSC monitoring framework. And you see also some outcomes that what we expect during the last two years. On the one hand side, we would like to develop a high-value EOSC federation and increase its uptake. We would increase the amount and productivity of fair research data in Europe, which is still a bit limited. We want to identify new areas for legislative and non-legislative measures to ensure an EU copyright and data legislative regulatory framework fit for research, again, and then, of course, to assess the impact of open science policies and practices. Now towards the rollout of the EOSC Federation, or the formation of the EOSC Federation, one principal building block was the launch of the EOSC EU node, and during the last year, I think we conceived quite some objectives. In October, we could launch the EOSC EU node as one principal operative building block of the EOSC Federation. I was asked to give a brief introduction of the main functionalities of the EOSC EU node, which can only be very brief, but there are sources where you can get some more concrete guidance. So maybe most importantly is that you have on the one hand side the option to access resources, openly resources that you find in open repositories. So everybody visiting the website has the EOSC EU node has the possibility to look for publications, data, software, and services and other products. But you can also, depending whether or not you are affiliated to an institution, as a researcher, for instance, you can log in and then you have more services you can make use of. And we have developed access policies for different user groups that allow you to do a variety of things. So for instance, myself, I can log in with an EU login. And we have been also very active since last summer in principle to identify now a specific number of organizations or candidate nodes, we call them, to form the first nucleus of an EOSC federation. This was strongly guided by the EOSC Association, who launched a call for interest, and we received 121 interested organizations, of which a bit less than half of them expressed interest also in forming a node. We had then a multi-stage identification process of those organizations who would be fit for purpose in order to work on the first step towards establishing a federation. So these involve technical requirements and questions, but also structural, organizational, and so on, legal. And you see here the number of organizations who will now work on this, and you see also that you have seen before in the presentation that Poland is on board, represented by NCN, but of course this involves a wide variety of the organization institutions that are involved in the national node of Poland. Very recently, just 10 days ago, we had a kick-off workshop where we invited all these 13 candidate nodes and also the representatives of the EOSC EU node to, first of all, of course, get to know each other. Then also to go concretely in more planning of the main activities of the what we call build-up phase. This is a phase which started now and which will run at least until the end of the year or beyond. We have asked them to provide project charters, and also the EOSC UNOT provided that, and also to prioritize use cases and tasks towards working together on a common timeline. We are very positive and optimistic that in the end of this year we have a first nucleus of really an operative federation that is useful for and to be used by researchers. Yeah, this is principle what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much. Again, I'm very much looking forward to this event and also to the next phase in this endeavor of building up the federation.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to welcome Volker Beckmann, who is co-chair of EOSC Steering Board. Volker.
Thank you, and thanks for this invitation to this National Tripartite Event under the Polish presidency. I'm very happy to be here and to share with you some reflections we are doing at the EOSC Steering Board. But first of all, what is the Steering Board? So you hear about this tripartite, right? So you have the association, which represents you as researchers and providers, and we have the Commission, and we have the member states and the associated countries. So this is where the steering board comes in. So it's a Commission expert group, and it represents the 27 member states and the 15 associated countries of Horizon Europe. And Aneta is the member from Poland who has been very active in the steering board, because there's not only the bi-monthly meetings, but there are also working groups which we have where we really drive things forward. So this steering board is co-chaired between the Commission and the country's representatives, exists for 3 years now, and so the main issue is, of course, to represent the interests we have as member states in the EOSC and in the EOSC governance, but we are also, you saw already, a lot of policies we are developing, right? The Commission is developing, or we are developing together. This has a real impact for you, because these policies ideally are then followed by investments. So they build a bit the frame for your work on the long term. Sometimes they are a bit high level and one cannot immediately see where this is leading to. But of course, if you see the ERA actions we have seen, so there you know, okay, these are priorities in Europe for your countries, where we want to invest, where we want to move forward. So this is then also usually reflected in national and European funding programs. One important issue for us is also to have a good information flow. It's a complex system, the EOSC, because there are a lot of actors, a lot of different domains. There are the countries, there is the Commission. So we have to make sure that the information flow is good, that you know what we want to achieve, that we know what are your issues, what we should work on, and the steering board tries to be one part of this communication flow there. And of course, we also are charged with being the interconnection with other relevant programs. So, for example, we have now the European data spaces, we have Euro-HPC, so there are other programs where we should link to, or where it's relevant to be connected to. So, as I said, we meet about 6 times per year, but this is, of course, not sufficient to do the work, so then we have several subgroups in which we drive forward certain topics like monitoring and policies. So just as an example, so for the monitoring, so what do we do there? We monitor what the countries put into EOSC and into open science at the national level. So right now you can look at the survey 23, which has been conducted in 24. So we are always, of course, a bit behind there with the information. And we just launched now the 24 survey in 25. So you find in this survey, which you can find online, you find there the information of those countries who provided input. So in 23, we had input from 32 countries who replied and validated this, and there's a lot of data in there. So we discuss what policies are in place in the different countries, what impact does this have in terms of how is this supported by investment? How many research performing organizations adapt policies on open science, for example. And of course, Poland is also very well represented there. For example, in the national policies on open science, so we have 63% of the countries have already a policy. Poland is one which has this also. We also try to make visible what works in the different countries and what are good examples. So for example, we have this brochure of use cases which we published last year, and there's also an example in there from the Polish community. And all the survey data are available online, and you are invited to have a look in this EOSC Observatory, where we have now 21, 22, 23 data in there. Soon then, towards the end of this year, then also 24. And soon there will be a new interface, a new look observatory, but the link on the website would still remain the same. So you heard already about the EOSC Federation, so this is the big topic right now, right, and how we move forward. So this comes in a reflection we had, what needs to change in EOSC. So EOSC has been there for a number of years. We have done a lot of things. We worked a lot on fairization of data, on new services, on repositories, and so on. But we identified that some things have to change if we want to move forward with EOSC. So right now it's a co-program partnership under Horizon Europe until the end of 27. So the core of EOSC has been based on projects. Projects are very nice tool through the European Commission, because you can apply, you can get funding for what you want to do, you propose what you want to do. But the problem is that after 3 years, more or less, your work ends, and then somebody else has to take up these activities, and it's very difficult to continue services through this. So we have to base the core of EOSC on something better than on projects or on short-term procurements. And at the same time, also under Horizon Europe, so it's a co-program partnership, and there's a contract between the Commission and the EOSC Association to provide services. But the member states, associated countries, are not in this contract. So our responsibility as member states is limited to providing policies, to supporting you in your work, but it's not, we didn't sign anything. So this, of course, limits a bit how we support then the EOSC, and this we want and we need to change in the future. So we also have to demonstrate better the wider impact of EOSC. So as I said, we developed a lot of things over the years, but it's not always so visible, it's not always so evident what this brings at the end to the research communities. So this we have to improve by. And I think this is where the EOSC Federation will do a great work once we have this established and working, because then you can really run real-life research workflows through the EOSC in the Federation. And this will bring also visibility to what our goal is, a web of fair research data and services in Europe. So this is, of course, very at the core of interest of the member states, because we want to have a visible investment. We want to have an investment which accelerates our research and where we don't invest twice into the same points. So when we talk about post 27, so after Horizon Europe, so we are now discussing what structure, what governance, what financial model do we need to have in place for EOSC then. So as I said, we have this tripartite. I think everybody agrees that's a great approach to have these three parties on board. We need a more permanent solution for the core of EOSC, for example, legal entity which takes care of the continued services there, and we need a stronger engagement of the member states and associated countries. So we have now a discussion in place what we see as the vision of EOSC in FP10, and yesterday we adopted our position paper of the steering board, and we endorsed today a tripartite short vision paper for EOSC under FP10. So this is something which you will see then soon being published. So key aspects there are, of course, competitiveness, the single market for research, the fifth freedom, and so on. So we have to also, again, we have to align with the policies, with the vision we have in general at the European level. And we have now an intensified exchange among the three parties, how we move forward there. And if I just for a second show you what kind of reflections we have, for example, in France on this point. So this is not steering board, this is more the French point of view. So for the financial and operational model, we need to have something realistic. I think there everybody agrees, which considers also the already large investments we have in our countries into research infrastructures. We have to consider also the tangible contributions to the EOSC Federation as countries' contributions. So a lot of work is done there right now already by the 13 first partners of the Federation, and we have to value that. And then we might want to base future activities on co-fund or co-finance actions where tangible services to the EOSC Federation are financed between the Commission and the participating countries through their national research funding agencies. And then I believe we further need, also under FP10, a framework program for the uptake of EOSC, as we have this under Horizon Europe, and we would need somebody to operate the EOSC EU node, a legal entity, a consortium, over the duration of FP10, not to have something every 2-3 years, new partners there, and with a vital role of the EOSC Association to helping make operational the federation. Good, so this is just to summarize what we do as in the steering board. So we try to gather everything which is coming from the countries, what are the needs, what are the proposals, and to develop common policies, common strategies at the European level. You see there one policy which we published just recently. We also have something in place I didn't talk about. We have a S3 EOSC task force because we saw that there's a need to better coordinate what we do in the European research infrastructures, in the S3s and the ERICs, and what we do in EOSC. And with the EOSC Federation, I believe we really have something to make EOSC much more tangible, also much more useful for you, and where you not only as a user will have added value, but also as a provider, because you will gain visibility, you will gain potentially also support financially for what you want to do in the EOSC. And I think we now really have to work this year on the governance and financial structure and key discussions to come up with recommendations for FP10, because this discussion, of course, takes place anyway, right? And it's good if we, as EOSC community, give a strong input there. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, last but not least, I would like to welcome Karol Leben, who is the president of EOSC Association. Karol, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia, and thank you to the Polish organizers for inviting us here for the National Tripartite Event. I've been asked to talk about the role of the EOSC Association in developing the EOSC Federation. And I will talk about the build-up process for a few minutes, the identification of the candidate notes you've heard about, a little bit about the timeline, finalization of a handbook that will help organizations to be part of the Federation, and a few remarks on what I made this morning on our view on the future post-2027 with respect to the role of the association in the Federation. So building up the EOSC Federation, a network of nodes, is something where we really kicked off the last year. The principles have been mentioned already of EOSC, an organization or a system, that enables researchers in Europe to store, share, process and analyze and reuse fair research outputs. Fair research outputs are not only data, but also publications and also software. It's a systems of systems approach, so we're not intending to create something additional. We are intending to link the systems that exist, so build on existing and planned infrastructures. inclusive and accessible, so low barriers for entry. And here it's important to mention that new nodes coming in later should not find higher barriers than the early nodes coming in earlier. Community-driven, and this is what we see especially in the startup phase, the build-up phase we call it, where the candidate nodes have to build this federation on their own resources, with their own means and with their own, let's say, knowledge. And participatory in the sense that those that are interested can learn about this and can join the party. Trust, security and governance are important aspects, so we need clear rules, monitoring of those rules if we have a federation, a certain enforcement mechanism for the rules we establish for a federation to run. But the federation needs to be flexible and possible to adapt an evolutionary approach, especially in this build-up phase. The rules are not clear yet. We are making them while we're building. We are inventing things while we're doing it. And so we have to be flexible with respect to the things we are doing at the moment and get also the information and knowledge in of new parties. Autonomy and control, we have to respect the institutional autonomy while ensuring the data service owners' rights with respect to the data, and all the individual nodes are responsible for their own data, for their own resources, for their own services, and they are autonomous. The aim of the federation is to link those autonomous nodes to each other. And it needs to have a broad engagement and transparency, so we have to keep all the parties interested, involved in one way or another. So we will, for example, on the 28th of March, a few days from now, invite all the 121 organizations that showed interest initially to be part of this build-up phase. And earlier in the day, we invited all universities in Europe to join us in a webinar to discuss what their role could be in the association, in the federation, sorry, and what their play could be as a university. What is a node? Well, a node is an entry point for the whole federation. So through which node you come doesn't make any difference. You should be able to look at the federation and the possibilities of the federation from that node where you started. There needs to be an organization responsible for that, because we have to have somebody to talk to, we have to have somebody where we can get an agreement with. And this organization may either enroll a new node into a federation, then depends up to the federation whether this fits and whether they accept that, if they bring something new, or they can onboard in an existing node a service. A service could be a service to, or a resource we call it, sorry. It could be a service to the data that are their own data or other data, but could also be a repository of data itself. So a node is composed of fair data sets and or services, as I mentioned, and it needs to have a legal entity, an organization, an institution that is responsible to commit, to comply with the set of common rules for the federation. The input provided and the experience gained from this first wave, from the first 13 plus 1, the one is the EOSC node, from the first 14, will be used to define the further, let's say, rules of the federation jointly. There is already a set of minimum requirements we have given out already a year ago, which we composed together with the tripartite, so together with the Commission and with the Member States. As I said, we started with a questionnaire, which 121 submissions came in of parties that wanted to contribute to the build-up phase. These came from 25 countries, and from those 25 countries and the international organizations that subscribed, we could identify roughly 5 types of nodes: thematic nodes, national nodes, institutional nodes. We did not ask them what type of node they are. These are our qualifications, and it's in such not that important whether you call it a national, thematic or whatever node, as long as it contributes something to the federation. Out of those, 52 were interested starting a node, and out of those 52, we selected 29 that had enough, let's say, power in the beginning to start a dialogue with the tripartite, so with the Commission, with the Member States, and with the association. And then in a second questionnaire, we narrowed that down to the first 13, what we now call candidate nodes, of which the Polish candidate node is one of them. Why only 13? we couldn't handle more, let's be honest, and most likely there are more disappointed parties at this moment because they could not join immediately than happy parties, but they will be able to join later on, and therefore I don't think you should be unhappy if you're not in yet. There will be subsequent waves, and ultimately we have to come to a continuous process for those parties, those organizations that either want to enroll a new node or want to be part of this system. But in the meantime, if there are existing nodes, anybody that has something to offer as a service to one of the nodes could go to these nodes. It's up to the nodes themselves to take on board resources, to take on board services or repositories. These are the 13 candidate nodes that were already shown by Catherine. And at the bottom of the slide, for example, you see 4 life sciences nodes that have decided, 4 life sciences organizations, research 13 with lines in between. So, for example, PANOSC is served by ESRF, and Blue Cloud is, for example, served by another organization. So these are not necessarily legal entities, but they are served by a legal entity to come on board. And very prominent in the middle, you can, of course, see NCS. NSC, sorry. This is the timeline. The timeline says that we have had a kickoff workshop, was mentioned by Catherine, and we will have on the 28th of March, which I just mentioned, another workshop or another workshop webinar for all the ones that have started. The intention is that at the end of this month, there will be revised project charters. I just learned we removed this to the 4th of April, but that's for the slide, not that important. So the intention is also to have at the end of next month a draft letter of intent. So this is not a legally binding activity, this is a voluntary activity by these nodes in order to learn and to improve, and not a legally, let's say, solid construct at this moment. There will be monthly build-up group meetings. The first one is scheduled for the 10th of April, and these monthly build-up group meetings will be prepared by a group of chairs of subgroups in order to put together the agenda. And then there will be 2, one in June and one in September, face-to-face workshops again, like the one we had in Brussels, in order for those parties, and there were about 80 people in Brussels in the first workshop, to talk to each other in more, let's say, closed settings of groups together that have to do things, solve things together, or work on use cases together. And then by the end of this year, towards the symposium, we really hope to be able to show 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say, actual results of use cases that are useful in this federation. Today we have been thinking about, it might be also interesting to ask researchers, not organizations, whether they have examples of where they would like to see use cases. And then we could offer these to the nodes or to the existing systems, whether they could offer services for that. And in that way, maybe the researchers could view a little bit better what is in the federation, what is possible with the federation, and could come up with their issues, questions on doing things. Federation Handbook has been written with the help of many volunteers for the tripartite, and it is in order to help the people that are forming the federation, to enable them and also to inform them about what is, let's say, expected. This is for the period until the end of 27, so under the present governance of the tripartite. I will talk in a minute about the future after 27, how we see that, but that is not there and there's no decision taken on that. The outline is that in the handbook, which you can find probably as of the end of today or otherwise tomorrow on the website of the EOSC Association, 6 chapters, about 50 pages on purpose, on governance, on operations, on the architecture, and on the resources and policies for the Federation. We had a first draft of the complete handbook in the beginning of December. We reviewed it together with the tripartite, and it was also sent to the people that attended our winter school in January. There was a lot of feedback from the EOSC EU node and the contractors there, very useful feedback. And today we endorsed in the tripartite meeting this morning this handbook, and thus it will be available online for everybody to see. The intention is to have a new version by the end of this year towards the symposium. Now, if we talk about the future, sustaining EOSC in practice, we have identified with the tripartite 5 tasks. Task 1, the EOSC node, existing, but hopefully existing in a longer time frame. Running the federation, that is not running the nodes itself. The nodes are autonomous, they have to run themselves, but running the federation means connecting these nodes, forming a network of nodes. Contributing to what we call web of fair data and services, making your data as fair as possible, making your services as fair as possible, and offering them to the rest of the world. Contributing to the federation, that's let's say a program in order to innovate the federation over time, and last but not least, contributing with all these efforts of EOSC and everything we call EOSC to what is called the development and the policies of open science. What do these 5 tasks mean? Well, these 5 tasks means that the member states and associated countries, which are the largest contributors and will be the largest contributors in the future, will have to, as already Volker also said, step up and have to change the things they are doing. Also, the Commission has to change the things they are doing after 2027, because the things will not be the same as today, and we, as an association, have to change the things we are doing, involve all the stakeholders, but also get to run the federation in a proper way with all of us. The proposal we proposed this morning to the tripartite, and we didn't discuss it in the sense that we voted on that. This is to inform the other members of the tripartite on the view the board of the EOSC Association has, is to entrust the EOSC Association with the tasks 1, 2, and 4. 1 is the EOSC node, only, of course, if the Commission wants this. The Commission can do it themselves, they can source it out to somebody else, but they could source it out to the association if they would want to, if we would adopt this system. 2 is the most central task we see for the association to play an important role in, that is to manage, operate, and evolve the federation as such. We are heavily involved in the build-up phase, and we are volunteering to work on running that over a longer period of time with a legal entity based on the association, so publicly owned legal entity. And the task 4, we think, should be linked to this task 2, is innovating the federation. If you would decouple innovating from running the federation, that would not be smart. And then task 3 and 5, I remember you, these were the web of fair data and services and the contribution to open science. These are very wide tasks. They could be run in a similar way as we are running today, with a program organized and financed by the Commission, and there the association could be a strategic partner to help in, let's say, formulating the strategic research and innovation agenda, help by making, together with the community, the multi-annual roadmaps. Why the association? Well, the association brings together under one umbrella all the type of stakeholders with a reasonable representation of those stakeholders. The association is deeply engaged in the community expectations and requirements can be understood by the association. The association has also no vested interest in any of the technologies or any of the means for this federation, and is thus a neutral gatekeeper. And finally, by now, we hope the association has gained the trust of most of the actors that will play an important role in this federation. I finalize with a long-term scenario that could look as follows: co-financing by the European Commission, the member states and the associated countries of this, let's say, further development of EOSC, of the EOSC Federation. Adjusting the budget for the period for framework 10 based on inflation correction, so we have based this budget mainly on the present budget, and funding task 2 and 4 inclusively with an entrusted situation for the association and for the legal entity created by the association. This could be done in a 50-50 way between the member states and the Commission. It could be done completely by the Commission, could be done completely by the member states. I'm not an expert on that. In our thinking, we thought, well, it could be ramped up, initially paid by the European Commission and later on more and more by the member states, but this is up for discussion. And the member states and associated countries and the European Commission, their role will be, let's say, strong in this federation management organization, because they will be invited to form to have their interests represented in the board of that organization. And of course, they will, together with other parties, create a new strategic research and innovation agenda and the multi-annual roadmaps. And with that, I end with the possibility for questions.
Thank you very much, Karol. Now we would like to give the floor also to our audience, and we would like to welcome your questions to our speakers. Thank you.
I'm Ruta Petrauskaitė from the Research Council of Lithuania and Vytautas Magnus University. That is the only participant from our country so far. And I get these questions that I will forward you, hoping that you for a clear answer. Two questions. One question would be European Digital Infrastructure Consortia, language data spaces specifically, and EOSC. Differences and similarities, relationship, and identities. Another question is very short about possible overlaps of the same resources via different types of nodes. Possible to avoid, welcome. What's your approach? Thank you.
Thank you.
So perhaps for the first question, there are several different elements in this question. An EDIC is, for me, it's a tool. It's like an ERIC. It's like a legal form of putting something into place. And then one has to find an agreement between some countries to bring this forward and to finance this. If there's a certain need with the data spaces, you mentioned the language data space. So we are now in the process that we have a number of data spaces the Commission would like to establish, and we have, the development is very different. The EOSC has been around already for a while. We consider this already as quite well established. For the European health data space, we are in the process of finalizing a regulation, so that's becoming a law then. So this gives you a certain certainty that this is going to happen. For the other data spaces, we are different steps how to realize them, and we have to make sure to coordinate them well with the EOSC, because we don't want to duplicate things there. And for some questions, you might turn then to the EOSC and say, well, for example, I don't know, AAI or something like this could be provided for this data space by the EOSC, but this has to be discussed then in detail. But again, so for the EDIC, that's a question if there's a sufficient need to create this kind of infrastructure, and if there are enough countries to support this financially. And for the second,
yeah, and as for the second question, sure, it could be that different nodes will offer the same type of services, but there's nothing against that. There's also, now you can buy in different shops the same stories and the same things. So this is, to a certain extent, maybe a little bit of competition. On the other hand, it makes clear what is the best way for the different researchers to address, either in their country or another country, the type of resources they need. As for the data, it's quite possible to offer your data through more than one node. Even if you think about data spaces, I could imagine that the European common data spaces will offer certain material coming from, let's say, providers that offer that material as well in a data space as in EOSC, which is also a data space in itself. So yeah, there will be, in the future, hopefully a very tight network of these type of things. And that makes also clear if there is repetition, if there is doubling, and that will also sort things out to a certain extent.
We may welcome one more question, as the time is escaping, and we have today 26 speakers for our final part of today. So if there is no more question for the audience, we may take a liberty to ask questions from ourselves. So as we like comparative approach and we have so many distinguished speakers in one place, we would like to ask you to raise one issue, to choose one issue that should be immediately addressed to ensure that EOSC provides research excellence in the European countries? What has to be addressed at the country level, in your opinions and your perspective, because you are coming from very different organizations?
The simple answer is always money, of course, but he has a better answer.
Yes.
So I think we have to really now make sure that our vision, that this provides something tangible and this is something useful, and this is something not only the researchers want, but that's also something that the funders, the countries, the Commission want.
Yeah, develop the infrastructures, the data infrastructures on the country level that they can provide a good contribution to the EOSC, and specify also the added value of the EOSC in comparison to the to what can be delivered on the national level.
In our case, the thing that I mentioned at the end of my presentation, so promoting EOSC among our research infrastructures, and since yesterday we already put a plan in motion to get this done by the end of this year.
Well, if I have to, more visibility and, the promotion of the idea of the initiative among researchers.
Thank you very much. If there is no more question, we have one more task to do during this session, and in fact it is a tradition of EOSC. So for those who already know traditions, I don't have to explain, but I know there are new people in our network, and maybe this is your first EOSC event. So the tradition is that we always have a group photo. That's why we would like to ask you to stand. Maybe I will give you to the hands of our professional photographer, because either you will sit in these main rows here or at the stage. At the stage? Yes, okay. So we would like to ask you all to come downstairs and take a group picture and photo. And from this point, I would like to thank you, all of our speakers and panelists, for your inputs and the insights. And now we can more understand of EOSC, and our participants can understand more. Thank you. We are asking all the participants.
Yeah, I'm just searching for this projector because I have EOSC. Aha, dobra. Przepraszam.
Yes, we found it.
Okay, so you are taking.
So I think we are ready to continue with the next session. So dear participants, let me warmly welcome you in this panel session dedicated to Polish resources for the EOSC Federation. My name is Anna Grivianska. I'm representing the Slovak Center of Scientific and Technical Information, which is based in Bratislava, Slovakia. And we act as a national information center for science, technology, innovation, and education. I'm leading the Department of International Cooperation, and in the same time, I'm national delegate in the EOSC Steering Board, which is an expert group of the European Commission, as we heard before from Volker Beckmann, who is the co-chair. I'm glad not to be alone here, since I have a co-chair, Professor Anastas Michel. Please.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, the National Science Center, for the invitation. And I'm Anastas Mishev, come from the University of St. Cyril and Methodius in Skopje, in North Macedonia, mandated country in the mandated organization of North Macedonia in the EOSC Association, but as an institution more or less involved in every major European digital infrastructure. And I had a few lines written for this introductory part, but it even got much better. Actually, the whole previous session was the excellent introduction to what we would like to see now. The big milestone, the launch of the EOSC Note, it was mentioned by the Commission. We saw what the future will hold, or what the plans, possible plans for the future will be, both from the side of the member states and associated countries, but also from the members of the association. We saw the political support is already there. We saw that the organizational support of the National Science Center is strong and committed toward the establishment of the national node, being one of the pilot nodes. These 13 pilot nodes, these 13 nodes within the first wave will do a groundbreaking work to establish the way that will be followed, and as Karol mentioned, identify all the possible obstacles maybe, and then enable all the followers later to be much easier, much simpler process of joining this complex system of systems. But now we need to get a little bit into the details, and who else to better explain to us this than the institutions that will be actually providing resources to the Polish national node, which will be coordinated by the National Science Center. And for that, we have an excellent group of panelists here that Anna will introduce. Anna.
Thank you, Anastas. So today we have here 4 speakers. 3 of them are here with us and 1 is online. So their speakers, thank you for accepting the invitation to participate in this panel. Warmly welcome from our side as well. And let me introduce the first speaker, Mr. Jarosław Protasiewicz, head of the National Information Processing Institute based in Warsaw. This institute is a modern center for information technologies and artificial intelligence. He established and managed the Laboratory of Intelligent Information Systems, which is the greatest laboratory of the institute. Jarosław is an experienced researcher, lecturer, and IT professional with many years of experience in computer science, artificial intelligence, and project management. He also gives academic lectures on software development and machine learning at the Warsaw School of Information Technology. So Jarosław, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for welcome, and I would like to start my presentation. Okay, so I'm Jarosław Protasiewicz. I am the head of the National Information Processing Institute located in Warsaw, Poland, and today I would like to present the idea of integration of scientific information in Poland. And I keep my presentations short. I know that we are behind the schedule, so don't worry. Today at the beginning, I want to introduce our institute, the role which we play in integrated solutions for Polish science community. Next, I want to go deeper into data fair principles, and I want to explain how we develop and design IT systems, and how we promote open data, and how we promote data-driven policymaking. And finally, I want to share something with you. I want to show how you can benefit from cooperation with us, because we are a scientific and information provider, and also we distribute funds for science, and specifically for infrastructure. So the National Information Processing Institute, basically it is a software house. We work under the umbrella of the Ministry of Higher Education and Science and Higher Education.
And we develop IT systems, we design, develop, and maintain, and we offer e-services for science and higher education. We are also a research institute, so we conduct research in software development and artificial intelligence, psychology, and other topics. And to accomplish these sophisticated tasks, we employ many people with many fields, of course IT professionals, but also other fields of science, and there are almost about 500 people in our institute. So over the course of years we developed many e-services, many systems. I think we have about 20 national systems for higher education and science. Mainly we focus on system workflows for granting processes, so we support distribution of funds by IT systems. We also provide anti-plagiarism systems. We provide systems for supporting innovativeness and for and other tools, for instance, monitoring graduates and so on. But I don't want to go to detail in every system, but I want to start from the most important system, the integrated system of information on science and higher education, Poland. This system is mainly responsible for collecting data from all universities, all research institutions, all research and other research entities. And we collect this data and store in our databases. This is information about, there are information about people, I mean academic teachers, scientists, researchers, students, doctoral students, research staff, and so on. We also collect information about their achievements, publication, patents, projects, and so on. And we also have information about all infrastructure, about financial statements of universities, and real estate, and many different aspects of higher education and science. So having collected this data, we also try to share, of course, this information, but who utilize this data? Mainly the Ministry of Higher Education and Science, other ministries, and of course the main granting agencies like National Science Center, National Center for Research and Development, the Statistic Chamber of Poland, or other, and also other universities and research institutes use our data. And so now I want to go deeper into idea of sharing data. So I want to explain how we design governmental data and how we open this data and how we try to support data-driven policy making. And I don't know. Okay, so now I want to present three domain services for the most interesting and aligned with this topic of this conference. The first system is an analytical platform of reports, analysis, and data on science and higher education in Poland. In this platform, we share data with everybody who is interested, of course. The second one is people of science. So this system contains information about all science people in Poland, academic teachers and so on, and also their roles, their employment, their achievements, and so on. And the last one is the Polish graduate tracking system. In this system, we monitor careers of graduates, and for instance, we can exactly say how much money you will earn after being graduated from a particular fields of study. So sometimes it is the most important information for young people. And I think the most interesting system e-service for EOSC conference is Radon e-service. It stands for reports, analysis, and data. And we developed the system with cooperation of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education in Poland. And mainly it is a warehouse built on the top of other services, and it is fully integrates. It integrates all data which we have and offers this data to users which can interact with data in many various ways depending on their analytical skills and expertise. And this system is very useful because we have analysis, very useful for policymakers because they can develop policies based on evidence, based on data. So it's very important how to introduce a new policy, and it's very important to have evidence, to have data to make good decisions. And also the system is used by journalists and programmers, because if somebody wants to do analysis on their own, so can download data by using programming interfaces and use this data in their own software. And we have also many reports, over 70 reports, focused mainly on higher education. And for instance, the hottest topics nowadays are foreign students, for example, or women in STEM, so among other students and researchers. So, we try to benchmark universities, and we show trends in science and higher education. And we have many ways of visualization of data. Users can interact with data using our graphical interfaces. And of course, more skilled users can download data and use this data in their own systems or for their analytical purposes. And from technical point of view, we have a warehouse, data lake, and on the top of this warehouse we built a Radon system, and we provided graphical interfaces and public programming interfaces for more skilled users. As you can see, we have about 12 terabytes of data about Polish science and higher education. And in future, we have, of course, plans. Now we develop a system, the People of Science, and I think now for us the hottest topic is e-diplomas. So we will provide credentials that somebody finished a particular field of study, and this credential will be available in smartphone. So we are about of starting this project, and we hope finish it in 1 year. I hope. And of course we have other initiatives, but let's say how EOSC stakeholders can benefit from cooperation with us. Firstly, we are a scientific information provider, so EOSC stakeholders can use reports, analysis, and data which we provide. Of course, all of this is based on science and higher education. The users can use interactive visualization tools, or they can use, more advanced users can use application programming interfaces and download data and information. We also distribute funds for development of strategic infrastructure. In this year, we have 650 million Polish zloty under the European Fund for Smart Economy. And in past years, we granted 2.5 billion Polish zloty for Polish infrastructure. And in this year, there are upcoming 2 application rounds. From March to June, we plan the first round for project on network institutions that consist research organizations, without at least, I'm sorry. And the second one from June to October for project on the map of Polish research infrastructure. And I want to underline that we're thinking about the new map, and the new map is going to be announced in spring of this year by the Ministry of Higher Education and Science. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for inviting me. And if you have any question, do not hesitate to ask me. Maybe later or now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jaroslav. Hope it's working. Yeah. Is there any question for the presenter from the audience? Okay. In the end of our panel, we have space for some questions, so remember them and you can ask them later on. And next speaker is Mr. Wojtek Sylwestrzak, and he will be connected online. Let me shortly introduce him. He acts as a Deputy Director of the Interdisciplinary Center for Mathematical and Computational Modeling at the University of Warsaw, where he started his professional career in 1992. As a head of IT, he directly supervises several teams: software development, open science, data center service, and computing systems administration team at ICM. He is an experienced manager of IT projects like ICM, data centers, numerous large supercomputer systems, and as well several European projects in the area of open science and EOSC. I can mention open air projects or EOSC Future and many other. So Wojtek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you so much for pronouncing my name spotlessly. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. Let me see if I can handle the slides. Okay. Right, so I apologize for not being able to be there in person. My presentation is basically about an infrastructure, but actually more than an infrastructure, as you will soon see. I'll be introducing you to PL Grid Icon, a new national cloud initiative in Poland that is already in motion and is designed to support the Polish EOSC node from the infrastructure side. As you will see, we are trying to make EOSC work in Poland in practice, with real infrastructure, real users, and real integration. So let me see what we are building and why I believe it matters. First of all, I'd like to stress that PL Grid Icon is not just a concept or a distant vision. It's going to be a real, well, it is a real ongoing project designed to support AI and data science, and in line with open science principles. It is also part of the Polish EOSC National Node, as I mentioned, and it is being developed to play a tangible role in the broader EOSC Federation going forward. As we have already heard earlier, this year marks a turning point for EOSC, the transition from strategy to a federated infrastructure, with national and thematic nodes starting to come online and cross-institutional integration becoming a priority. So our project Icon, as a relatively new project, was designed with this information already in mind. And it doesn't just follow the timeline, right? So intrinsically it reflects the architecture EOSC is aiming for, such as distributed, interoperable, and collaborative research infrastructure across Europe. Now, we often speak about open science, fair data, and reproducibility, but without infrastructure, these goals would remain theoretical. So, PL Grid Icon will make real research possible with cloud-based AI workflows, with reusable data, environments, and interactive computing. And all that without the usual technical headaches or any legacy friction. And it's intended not only for Poland, but we hope it will offer a tangible contribution to the European EOSC effort as well. So the name, the ICON is a Polish acronym which translates as Open Science Cloud Infrastructure. The project itself is coordinated by ICM, which I'm representing, and it's implemented in partnership with Cyfronet and Vasco. It is publicly co-funded through Poland's National Recovery Plan, and it kicked off around 6 months ago, so it's a relatively new project. While we are still early in the timeline, both the technical and organizational foundations are already being developed rapidly. The goal. The goal is to provide a federated interoperable research cloud, primarily tailored for AI and for data science, as I said before. Each partner's cloud environment is API compatible, enabling unified orchestration and cross-institutional workflows. This design will support seamless scaling to new services, to new domains or locations without re-engineering the whole system. From the start, we have been aligned with the EOSC principles, including registry, integration, and federation readiness. So in summary, it's a modular cloud-native platform built for flexibility, reproducibility, and openness. A few words about the architecture. It is built around two complementary cloud clusters. A general-purpose environment for data analysis, simulation, and batch jobs. And the second one is AI-optimized cluster designed for machine learning, training, and inference. Both of them are cloud-native, container-ready, and engineered for elasticity and fast provisioning. Also, the cloud layer is going to be tightly integrated with the HPC infrastructure, enabling seamless hybrid workflows across platforms. So we will have kind of all-in-one. And finally, the improved energy for improved energy efficiency, the system will leverage high-temperature liquid cooling, which is actually a modern and sustainable design choice, and quite a challenge for us, actually. Now, ICON is more than just infrastructure. It's a federated platform for research collaboration, with each site operated independently, but designed to interconnect via shared APIs, federated ID management, and unified orchestration layers. This means user will have consistent experience regardless of where resources are physically located. And the system is also designed for growth across geographic locations, scientific domains, and institutional partners. And of course, it's ready to interconnect with other EOSC nodes as they emerge. So we are part of the newly established or being established EOSC PL node as coordinated by NCN. And the infrastructure will be fully embedded in Poland's national EOSC framework. What I would like to stress is that this is a true cloud infrastructure, production grade, federated, and ready to scale. Fair data and open science practices are built into the foundations. They are not just add-ons here. So very quickly, what will ICON actually provide? First, batch processing through scalable Slurm clusters deployed in the cloud. So this is more pathway for HPC users. Then interactive environments such as Jupyter notebooks or graphical desktops tailored for analysis and exploration. Next up, serverless execution, supporting event-driven workflows and pipelines that scale dynamically based on demand. We are also building in reproducibility services, including data publishing and persistent identifiers like DOIs to ensure traceability and credit. And finally, EOSC integration services will be registered in compatible registry to ensure discoverability across Europe. So, as you can see, this is not a testbed. These all are production-grade services which are currently under active development. So, why does it matter? Why does ICON matter? Firstly, it integrates with HPC, but it is built cloud first, so it's based on cloud architecture. It is tailored for next generation research models, which are AI native, container-based, and federation ready. It also fills an important gap in Poland's research infrastructure landscape, high availability cloud for research, something that has not existed at the national scale at least. So that's the role we are building ICON to play. And the timeline. This year we are focused on deploying the infrastructure and integrating all its components, which means hardware, networking, orchestration of all and federation layers. Next year, in 2026, we will start onboarding pilot users and rolling out production-grade services. And in the meantime, at the same time, EOSC integration will continue with technical validation, metadata compliance, and inclusion in EOSC service registries. So this is not just a cloud infrastructure, it's more a federated EOSC node in the making. And finally, to sum up, PL Grid ICON is part of the Polish national node. It is meant to be Poland's tangible contribution to EOSC federation. It's going to be real, federated, and built to scale, not a prototype or placeholder. And our intention is to build it or design it to last and to connect across EOSC landscape. So if you are interested in collaboration, I'd love to hear from you. My email is down here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wojtek, for presenting the cloud infrastructure PL Grid. Is there any intermediate reaction or question for Wojtek? If not, we can continue with the next presentation, which will be dedicated to the National Research Discovery Hub and will be presented by Mrs. Roxana Wilk. So Roxana represents the Academic Computer Center Cyfronet, AGH in Krakow, where she held the position of the head of data processing laboratory specializing in dedicated IT solutions for the overall research data management process. She participated in numerous projects and activities focused on the development of open science and technical implementation of platforms for research data management. She is currently the Open Science and the EOSC coordinator at Cyfronet, and she is active in numerous bodies and committees dealing with the issues of open science and infrastructures for science. Roxana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome. Thank you for having me. So I will be maybe slightly not in the same line as other presenters, because the other presenters are presenting what Poland has in terms of infrastructures that might and hopefully will join EOSC Federation. Today I will be trying to explain the vision, or what might be the EOSC PL note for all of us, because now it's only some of us, but hopefully we will be bigger and wider. And yes, and my pretext to come here is the National Research Discovery Hub as one of the possible tools to expose us to the EOSC Federation. But I will speak least of it. I will speak most about the concept, I think. If I speak too fast, just tell me, because I tend to do so. I come from Cyfronet, and it's important for many reasons for me, because in Cyfronet there are many teams, obviously. We are HPC, we are great there, etc., etc. But Cyfronet also, and this is my ground, my base ground, also has been involved in many activities regarding creating a federating approach to deliver something. And for me, personally, and disclaimer, this presentation will be mostly reporting of activities, but also my personal opinion. If something is going to be my personal opinion, I will state that as my personal opinion. And my personal opinion is that we have already seen many initiatives creating a federation, and based on that, we entered also the world of EOSC. We came to EOSC as a national infrastructure, and then we were asked to deliver one of the UIs for discovery, which was supposed to be easy. And the federations that we've been involved in, they have many things in common. Sometimes just the emphasis is somewhere else. In the computing infrastructures, the emphasis was on computing services. We thought at the beginning that this is the same for EOSC, then we discovered it's not. But in the end, what we were trying to do is to understand one thing: how to enhance the scientific process. And in EOSC Hub project, and when you create a federation, the nicest approach is when you have the possibility to come up with the policy first, then operational aspect, and then the technology to cover it, right? In EOSC Hub, what we were told is, okay, then you have many working things, and this is the same for the system of systems approach. You have many working things, make it work together. Easy, right? It's already almost there. It's not easy. So I will, my personal opinion, for Volker and Karel's slides, I do believe that system of system is something that pushes us forward quicker, but it's not true that there is nothing new that has to be done there, because the federating layer has to be delivered. What connects to Volker's slide regarding marketplace versus the platform. Marketplace was a catalog for one, in my personal opinion, main reason only. We didn't have the operational layer, the uniform operational layer, which made it a catalog only in the end. The same obstacle will have EOSC Federation. The same obstacle will have every node, that in order to be a node, also my personal opinion, we need to be united, right, regarding understanding how we do the federation. In EOSC, the main purpose of federating is federating the delivery and access to resources, namely the data and the services. And in Poland, this was the first approach in the old system, let's say, so we assume that there is this one collection that plugs in everything out there, and according to some policies and operations on top of it, we will deliver what was gathered from European infrastructures and propose it to the user. And we collected some of the results of the European scientific landscape. However, yes, mostly it was just a catalog, which was changed with the approach of the EU node, which luckily found a way to enable what it has to offer from the scientific and the user perspective in a unanimous way, right? In my personal opinion, this is what makes it a node. The clear policies regarding what is available, under what policies, and for whom. And this is the now approach, so the federation of nodes. In the end, from the user perspective, and I personally, a lot of the outputs we are delivering, I tend to start from the user perspective, but remembering that we will have many types of users in EOSC, which was very nicely shown in the presentation so far. In the federation of nodes, we want to connect different nodes which are offering different things to the users out there. But then when you do one step lower as a node in Poland, for example, but every other candidate node mostly is in the same situation, they have a great potential, great things working as unified environments on their own. But now what we need to do is make the federation layer, right? We have the infrastructures which also have federative flavor to them, right? We need to learn how to deliver what we have to offer to our scientists and scientists out there together. Why do we do that? We do that because we want to enable different scientific use cases. What we are proposing in the EOSC PL node as one of the tools supporting our operations, namely the EOSC the Resource Discovery Hub that I will show you later, behind that is years, and believe me, years of working with scientific use cases out there. We started as in EOSC Hub, EOSC pilots even, then went through many different projects in which our Polish partners were involved. And of course, it evolved also because when EOSC is growing, and it is growing annually, the new use cases are coming, and the understanding what federated discovery and access might be is changing. But in the end, they are supposed to enable the combination of different resources that are important from the scientific perspective, right? So we need to understand what we have to build a model. So for example, PL Grid has computing resources. There are other infrastructures like Pioneer or other infrastructures offering other kinds of resources in Poland. We have OPI, which is offering different kinds of resources for different kinds of stakeholders. Researchers being one of them, but not only. And we need to understand how to build a model and expose it out there to be able to meet the requirements of the integrational use cases, as we like to call them. So researcher who is coming from somewhere and discovering what is out there in EOSC might combine those things, and in the end, it's supposed to work. And the working part is most important, obviously. Those are not other use cases. If you are interested, you can look them up in my slides. But for example, for the PL node, we will be exposing to our scientists, because in Poland we still don't have the situation where every scientist knows what is available, either it's open science or not open, it's open or not open, it doesn't matter. Under unified access policies that are known to the scientist, we should expose what we have. So the infrastructural resources, the scientific domain-specific services, the data, of course, data being in the center here. But it's not cracked yet how the data can be offered in a federated manner to everyone out there. For example, in one of the workshops we were holding in the scope of one of our projects, there is this idea that maybe in the federation of nodes, it's not necessary that everyone wants to discover everyone else's data, right? And having this input, we need to plan and try to understand what a federated discovery and access might mean in terms of the tools. This is a list of use cases we've been gathering in many activities, for example, under the EOSC Winter School, in one of the task forces, in EOSC Beyond, in one of the projects we are working with the pilot nodes, where we are asking them how to build a possible network, technically only speaking, and of course in the build-up phase. And collecting all of those use cases, we came to the conclusion what we might be as PL node right now, concerning who we have already onboarded, which is mostly about the infrastructure component and the data component. But in the future, we also want to onboard other institutions, other research infrastructure that we will be talking with in the next panel, to expose their scientific domain services. For example, in the build-up phase, we will be checking if, for example, service being served from Instruct for the bioimaging cool stuff, we will be onboarding it, or we will enroll or integrate with the node, expose the service to us, and see if there is either an interest from the point of view from our scientists in this kind of service. The next step is to verify if we are able to use it from their perspective, from the access policy part. If not, what needs to be changed? And we are starting from the technical point of view, but we always end up in the policy and the governance level. This is the hard stuff that will be being handled in the EOSC Association for sure very nicely. But technically speaking, one of the, what other thing that we have done several times already is asking people from the user and provider perspective. When we ask them, how do you imagine federated discovery? What does it mean, right? Is it just one interface or many interfaces? We started with one in the EOSC landscape, then we realized it's not enough, people are not happy to have the new entry level. They want to have their their gateway to be united or aligned with how EOSC Federation will work. But understanding that, it's also a work in progress. And this is something that is happening right now, but also on the node level, we need to understand what, in our case, the federated discovery and access might mean. And one way to figure it out is to understand what we want out of it, right? That's why we are asking, for example, about the goals from the user perspective. What do we want the user to be able to do? Maybe it's enough for them to look up a link and go to the link, but maybe we want something more, right? Understanding what we want to achieve is a really helpful step towards understanding how to expose and how to implement certain things. So now, I know I'm over time, but sorry, last 2 slides. The model for the federation and possible discovery tools and the connections between ourselves in our node, and then with the node, if you take one step more, the connections between the nodes, is, again, as a result of the findings of the use case analysis, etc. It seems that there is a need to enable added value services like execution framework, so person coming to the one portal and being able to compose things together and then work them, instantiate them, make them usable. It does require a certain tooling that connects together everything, has a database underneath that collects everything that is in the scope of one operational bubble. And then, depending on the user and depending on our technical maturity, we can make that this is one tool, but from the user perspective, you see something different. If our AAI attribute model for the user and our model for the resources is mature enough, we can do that, but this is a technical stuff. In the end, we will have something that exposes things onboarded in the PL node, so this is the discovery hub, connects to the repositories and other sources of resources like services, data, publications, and my favorite ones, others, expose them through the aggregator, and enables added value functionalities on the PL node level. So this is the final saying. The federating Polish National Resource Discovery Hub is our way in the PL node to enable the mandatory federating capability in our node for the resource catalogs and registry services, which enables the capability of resource discovery and access. This one is a mandatory one. Of course, we can do it however we want. In the end, we just need to be able to plug in with one API to the rest of the federation. But from our perspective, from our user point of view and provider point of view perspective, we can do it any way we want. But this is what I personally believe is the right approach towards following this idea here. This is the right approach to enable the added value services that will make the life of our scientists better. Of course, we are not there yet. Implementing very complicated scenarios is ahead of us, but without you joining, because for now we have onboarded in the scope of our PL node the contributors to the PL node. we want to extend that with the services and data out there in Poland. Based on a number, possibly, of workshops, we want to understand what is the resource model in Poland. So in the end, we are exposing what we have in a way that is useful for our scientists, and not only scientists as the user types in our bubble, our node. And we will be organizing workshops dedicated to the onboarding to this thing. We will be organizing workshops to explain a little bit about the EOSC ecosystem and the resource model. Maybe we'll make it a little better, and we'll be able to propose some changes from the practical and usability perspective to the Federation. And hopefully you will be interested in joining them. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roxana, for this comprehensive presentation of the perspectives and future functionalities of the Polish node. And the last presentation will be dedicated to the national data storage and will be held by Mr. Norbert Meyer. Mr. Norbert Meyer is the Director of Data and Computing Infrastructure Division at Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center. He is the Polish coordinator of national HPC activities like Praise Lab and Praise Lab 2, and data-related infrastructure like national data storage. He is a member of several strategic groups like S3 Digit Group, EIRG, EuroHPC InfraG, and coordinator of the EOSC Lot 2 and Lot 3 contracts, which are related to the procurement of the EU node. Norbert, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Today I would like to focus and describe you a little bit the initiative of national data storage. The national data storage is just a historical name, yeah, because we started several years ago. I mean the consortium of 12 partners. It was increasing. We started with 6, 7 partners. Now, in a second stage, we have 12 partners. I will show you later on. But let me just say about the trends. Yeah. So when we are talking about data, it means several areas, yeah? So it's not only the AI, it's not only artificial intelligence, we have also big data analysis, advanced data analytics, and several other areas. For example, IoT, yeah? There are some new areas which are coming in, delivering raw data, and also a base of data analytics, including also AI. So these are the trends 2024-5, yeah, and it will change. For example, 5-10 years ago, we didn't have any, let's say, talks about the use of cybersecurity, yeah, and the security data. What's increasing since 5 years? So there are several customers and stakeholders which are coming in the data ecosystem, data environment. 2025, 170 zettabytes of data. It's on one side, large capacity, yeah, a lot of data, but on the other side, it is said already that the AI reached the threshold, yeah? We do not have more data to train the networks, to get the knowledge. So the system stakeholders, yeah, in US mainly, also in Europe, I would say conducted and deployed all data and information which are in this data. So in the background, when we are saying about open science, open data, it's even more important, yeah, to deliver new data, raw data, and to make it available for other purposes, yeah, because this what already exists is not or was and is already used. So we have the data infrastructure. We have also in the background we have different pieces and different stakeholders of the federation, yeah, so-called the European Federation. They mentioned already HPC, EuroHPC. Yeah, so we have the conventional power, we have exascale systems, we have AI factories which were introduced last year by EuroHPC. We are talking about mega AI factories, yeah, post-exascale systems and so on. Yeah? So everything what will be used and will be the actor, stakeholder of the European Federation, including also, and EOSC is a kind or is aiming to be an umbrella of the infrastructure and services which will be developed in Europe. And here we are talking now about the national data storage. So it's, I would say, not an infrastructure, but rather services. But as Carl already said, most important are the money, yeah? Money and budget, what is true. I mean, it's one of the pieces, yeah? Without this, we are not able really to deliver the capacity, yeah, for the raw data. So we have to have the infrastructure, but we have to deliver also services for our users. We have to talk about big data analysis and AI, and that's the aim of NDS. It's not only storage. There are also services, but services in different areas. One of the areas is, and that's what we called for the last stage of NDS, we called it NDS for EOSC, and that's the focus on the platform and of the consortium. So universal infrastructure for data storage, access and processing of large data volumes in HPC, big data analysis, artificial intelligence, and cloud infrastructures. We are delivered last year 1 exabyte of the infrastructure. What is, in terms of Poland, that's the biggest data infrastructure and the biggest community consortium. But in terms of the 170 zettabytes, I said, it's only one small piece, yeah, where we have to keep and take care and increase it, yeah, from the infrastructure point of view, and on the other side, to make available and efficiently deliver the raw data, to make it available not only for the thematic consortia, but also for European purposes and of course national purposes, yeah. So for the scientific community, how it looks like, it's a node, national. I would not say national node, but it's a node distributed in 12 locations, computing center or data centers, but to say data centers and the university, yeah. 12 partners within the consortium, 11 sites geographically distributed. That's the infrastructure. How we would like to position the NDS. So on top of the pyramid, yeah, we have the EOSC initiative, we have the EuroHPC, but we have also other players. Yeah, it's the JANT consortium, which gives and builds, let's say, the core of the federation. So delivers tools and mechanisms, the AAI, yeah, to provide a single sign-on and give the access point to the federation for national nodes, for thematic nodes, and for the EOSC EU node, yeah, owned by the Commission. On the button, we have the starting points, means the infrastructure, the networking, the core services, exchange services, and then the application on top of the pyramid. Yeah, this one I will skip. So what's the effective research in e-science? That's what we would like to build. Yeah, to give the scientific community, but not only. Yeah, we are talking also about the industry and administration. The open data is the idea to make it available for public, yeah, and we assume that the stakeholders will come also from the industry, scientific community, but industry and also administration, yeah? Everything what generates the data. We know the fair approach, yeah. It's a part of the open science, the European policy. It's a part also of the national policies, so policies of the member countries, And it's a piece also of what we are trying to provide as NDS, and that's the focus of the current stage. So, 1 minute. Data repositories. I said we have different areas. So first of all, we are supporting the HPC, or let's say computing services. We are supporting the data infrastructure. So if scientists would like, or consortia, would like to use the data repositories, it's a possibility to embed within the NDS data and repositories, thematic repositories, thematic nodes within NDS. So that's the I would say that's the major approach. But then, when we have the data repositories, we have to make it available for the outside, for the entire community, and that's the fair approach. So, shortly saying, or in general, NDS will provide the capacity to embed some use cases or to embed the data provided by the communities, and we have already some repositories from the astrophysics, from biology, from several other areas. And the question is how to make it available, because usually and that's not the core business of scientists to be, let's say, fair, compatible with the EOSC approach. So we are providing the tools and we are providing platforms which will, after we embed the data, which will make it available and open for further use, for example, for AI purposes. Sustainability. That was one of the key topic within EOSC Association. When we are talking about data, question is how long we have to be and what really is the solid base, for the national nodes. So in terms of NDS, we are, I would say, sustainable at least until 2033. So it's the project time frame and then the sustainability time after the project will end. So 5-6 years until 2033. I hope it will be a next stage. According to and I will stop here. According to the let's say budget and money, the National Processing Information Institute, and very thanks to this institute, to the ministries which provided us with the structural funds. The budget is coming from European money, namely structural funds, and the structural funds are granted by the European Funds for Smart Economy. OPI is the institute which is coordinating the national projects, for example NDS. Maybe I will go to the end because there are no more time. So let me say about the fair approach. If we are talking about data repositories, the question is how we include the data. So we are providing several interfaces. For example, you can see here 3, the most important or the well-known. At the open source level, Dataverse or DSpace, so interfaces to structure the data. We have also our own implementation for digital libraries. It's called Delibra. And so how we support in NDS the EOSC approach. So first of all, the core services and infrastructure. That's the base, solid base. Then we are talking about the access rules. So how to make it available. It's the level of on the European level. It's the EOSC exchange level and the EOSC fair approach. We have data repositories, so something what makes the scientists or gives the scientists the opportunity to embed the data. And finally, we have the sustainability. Yeah? So how the node will be available in the national or international federation. Yeah, so I think with this I would like to end. I took some coffee break, yeah, but I already started during the coffee break. So yeah, so that's shortly what I wanted to briefly describe. I can say also the EOSC node, NDS is a part of EOSC node in terms that we are provided the infrastructure of NDS and core services which are used by EOSC node. Yeah? As it was said, I have the pleasure to coordinate some activities. And some activities at the European node, which is owned by the Commission. So that's the part of also EOSC node. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Norbert, for presenting us the national data storage. And I'm afraid that we are running out of time, so we don't have space for the questions, but I take the occasion to ask one of you, what's the governance model of your Polish node? Because it's like a very unique example of the composition of such a national node. So if you can share this experience also with other countries.
So I would say,
yeah, I think it's not a question for us.
It's a question, yeah, to NCN, yeah, which is coordinating and synchronizing these activities. So maybe that's. Would you like to answer it? Or, because I'm not, let's say, empowered to.
Yes, thank you very much for this question, and sorry for stepping in, even though I was not a speaker for this panel. We are in the process of creating the governance model based on which direction we'll go. So we need to have something in place, but we need to make sure that it will be flexible and inclusive. So these are the two approaches that we have. So for the time being, we have the structure that is based on the institutions who submitted the questionnaire last year. So there are 4 institutions included. So this is the NCN, Gdańsk University of Technology, Cyfronet, and ICM Warsaw University. So for the build-up phase, this is how we are kicking off in this structure. NCN is the coordinator of this process, given that NCN is the mandated organization to EOSC Association. However, basically, we are aiming at ensuring that there is the inclusivity embedded in the structure, and there will be at least 2 ways of being able to collaborate with the EOSC PL node. So on the one hand, this will be the possibility of becoming a partner of the consortium, and the second way will be the possibility of onboarding services to the EOSC PL node. Basically, we need to also mention that this is the structure that we are aiming at, but also a very important partner, even like a kind of bigger structure where EOSC PL is embedded. This is the EOSC PL network that consists of 26 institutions, and with whom we have already been collaborating for the past 4 years, and where we engage and where we see the potential for the institutions to get more information about what EOSC is, about the activities that we are implementing, so that they can get ready to become the member of the EOSC PL node.
If I may add, because we also organized the workshop, like NCN organized a workshop, if you are really interested in our approach, where we started gathering inputs from the PL node network, and we had some ideas. One of the ideas is to mimic a little bit the EOSC governance model, having the body mimicking the tripartite, maybe the steering board, the expert board, so the task forces. We were lingering around these ideas, but nothing. This is only the proof of concept phase, I would say.
Yeah, basically, yeah, definitely we will need some task forces, but also we need to think about how to make sure that basically EOSC will provide value for researchers. So this is what we need to have in mind when developing the governance model, to make sure that we have very, very strong researchers' perspective embedded in the process and when developing the use cases, because this is how we are going to work.
Thank you. Thank you to all the participants. Without putting any great pressure on your backs, the whole EOS community is counting on your groundbreaking work, you and all the 12 other nodes that will do the first phase of establishing nodes. So keep in mind that we are waiting for the experience to be shared by you and to lead the way for the rest. Thank you again for the panelists. Thank you.
Hello to everybody. While you are filling in Menti, I'd like to start this session. Pleased and honored to be here to co-chair it with Roxana. So the session on research infrastructures as the major building blocks of EOSC. The main goal of the session and of the questionnaire, very short one, was understanding the diversity of resources among Polish research infrastructures and their readiness to participate in the federated resource delivery and access in EOSC Federation. The panelists, Wojciech Fendler, the president of Medical Research Agency. Take your seat, please. Krzysztof Kurek, the director of the National Center for Nuclear Research. Tomasz Parkoła, the HS projects leader at Poznan Supercomputing and Networking Center. Maciej Pesecki, the director of Clarin, Poland, Wrocław University of Science and Technology. Michał Seweryn, the director of Regional Digital Medicine Center, also representing Center for Digital Biology and Biomedical Sciences, Biobank, University of Łódź.
Yes, thank you. So, in the previous panel, we've tried to explain to you what do we have regarding so-called horizontal resources, so those resources which might be of use to every scientist and other stakeholder in EOSC, so from the infrastructures. And now we are pleased to welcome the representatives of the major research infrastructures in Poland. We have more, obviously, but we will start with these magnificent representatives. And to start with, to have the bigger diversity, hopefully, Natalia, if you might help me with the Menti, because, okay, we don't have Natalia. So there is no Menti yet, because what we prepared for the beginning is the question that we would like all of you to answer. If you are coming from the more domain-specific places, we would like to know what is feasible. Oh, thank you. Yes, with this QR code, please write first what type of organization or EOSC projects you represent, so we know who do we have in this room and who was the audience of our presentations today. The next question will ask you about the types of resources that you might want, that you are bringing for scientists, and you might bring to the EOSC Federation. Under resources, we have things such as data, publications, services, other things that you might recognize as resources, but we still haven't. So your perspective on that? I think we are done with this one, so if you can move to the next question. Nope. I don't have the computer, so I cannot push the button responsible for the next question. Yeah. No, but for the Mentimeter. It's only one. Okay, so thank you all. And now we can move to the panelists. We have 30 minutes only. So we will be facing two questions that we would like to ask you to ask separately from your perspective and the perspective of the research infrastructures you are involved at. And the first question to begin with is, from your perspective, what is the biggest challenge or the biggest challenges for your research infrastructure to federate and integrate with EOSC? There can be either legal-based, governance-based, policy-based, technical based. So please start.
Should I start? Thank you. Okay, so one of the biggest challenge, if I may, can we try a show of hands? Who knows what the Medical Research Agency does? If you know, raise your hand up, please. Right, so we have like 7 hands, and some of them are grant awardees from the agency. So I believe that the major challenge is that we have a silos approach in Poland to data sharing, and despite being the agency that allocates roughly half of what the National Science Center does to publish biomedical research, people in the audience are unaware of this major funding stream. Right now, we are providing about 50–60% of funding to medical universities across Poland and about 90% of funding to medical research institutes. And it would be good that we've gained more of the spotlight in terms of how the infrastructure is being organized and of the specific issues that sharing medical data has, because we are working on a very slippery ground in terms of legal terms in Poland and European Union. We have about 5 different specific laws that pertain to data sharing for clinical trials, medical devices, patient laws, medical experiments, and sharing data between institutions, and that overlays on the European legislation about European health data space, about regulations that are mirrored the Polish ones. So this is a very complex area, very specific area, and on top of it all, there is a layer of mistrust, because we are sharing data of patients, which obviously is biased, who may be biased against sharing their data because they are unaware of what it means. But also the hospitals and the service care providers believe that there is a wealth and of abundance of money that can be gained from selling the data. And yet they do not partake in that. So there is a tendency to guard the data for whatever reason, just for the sake of it, and at the same time fear that if they do something with the data, they will be held responsible, and there will be a lot of insurance cases or frauds that the hospitals or care providers may be held responsible for. So it is a very difficult area, and probably the worst in terms of sharing data in Poland right now. And again, the isolation that the medical world has from the rest of science does not help us. So I believe that's the major challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Krzysztof, can you continue, please?
Yeah, the problem depends on the type of data. Because, of course, if you consider fragile data, like medical data or other fragile profiles or this type of data, then, of course, they never be in open source. If you consider infrastructure, big infrastructure, for example, the biggest infrastructure in my domain, means high energy physics and nuclear physics, is a CERN laboratory, international organization. They have a lot of data, extremely big amount of data, which has a special policy. So it will be very difficult to incorporate this data to EOS. There is a special program, and for example, our institute is managing this data. We are so-called Tier 1. Tier 0 is CERN itself. Tier 1 is the biggest cooperating computer centers. But this data has a special policy. So we have this data, we have a storage, we have a special software, but to include this to EOS depends on a special agreement with CERN and European Union, which is the other type of data, which, for example, the next good example is a XFER, is a free electron laser built in DAISY in Hamburg. This is the biggest machine this type in the world, and it's used for chemistry, for biology, for physics, and for material sciences. A lot of data is produced, but most of this data are, let's say, private data, because this is just a machine which is used for example, biotechnology company. And this data never be transferred to EOS. So depends on this type of data. Coming back to NCBJ, we have now a special program in the frame of NDA for EOS, which is exactly a good example which data can be incorporated to EOS. This is a special storage which we built dedicated to Vera Rubin Observatory. This is a big project, international project for astrophysics. We have a very good group of astrophysics in the institute, and this special dedicated storage in our computer, dedicated software, is now prepared to be ready to incorporate in EOS. So, as I just said, it depends on type of data. Not all data can be incorporated to EOS.
I would even add an additional comment here, because what you are maybe not hearing yet is that we are here also facing the governmental issue. Because you have, the question I think we will be facing in EOSC PL note is what is out under our governance from our institutions versus what is under another entity like CERN, like Clarin, but the EU Clarin, right? So we need to be able to have a discussion to understand what do we enable through our node, where is our jurisdiction versus the external parties. And this is not the easy dilemma to solve from the very beginning, but it's good to start this discussion.
Take into account another point. CERN is a very good example because the data, the raw data collected by CERN is completely useless for outside world. Yeah. After preparing by a special software, which is production software, and then producing valuable physical data, it's a different story. But then you use a lot of work given by the collaboration. So from this point of view, this is completely different for example, for astrophysical data. Astrophysical data you can collect and just put to the EOS because they are ready to use. So in many cases, such like electronics signals from different detectors, practically it is no sense to put to EOS because they will not be used.
So understanding who might be using the data and what are the access policies is the key, because the other option is that we can showcase every data we have, but with clear understanding who can access it or not in the end, right? Okay, thank you. Tomek?
Okay, so I may a bit follow up on that in the sense that what I wanted to stress is that indeed those research infrastructures, they are different in the sense that some of them are ERICs, some of them are S3 projects, but there are also communities that do not want to be a kind of, ERIC at the end. There are also activities related to EOSC, like data spaces in other domains, but also initiatives like collaborative cloud, also cloud for cultural heritage. So there is a diversity of activities in this context, and I think one of the challenges is related to the governance or our organization. I mean, how can we collaborate? What is the way we will decide what is included or not in the context of EOSC, what is interlinked, what is exchanged, and so on. So I also see here a potential challenge on how can we, indeed take decisions and integrate those resources and services.
I can say much from a much more positive perspective. I don't see any big challenges for linking to EOSC, except that we are waiting, and nobody asks us to link to join EOSC. But still, we are waiting patiently. I don't see any bigger challenges. There are some technical issues to be worked out, but this is quite simple. But following up this line of discussion about data, EOSC get a chance, but also there are some potential obstacles. The chance is that because in Poland, law concerning IPR issues IPR law has been changed in the last September, and from that time, for example, large language models trained on, for research use, can be trained almost everything that you can legally have access to. legal. I mean, that we have our breaking somewhere. So every text you can collect from the web, you can use for training models for research use. And so these infrastructures like Clarin or EOSC, in which you have users logged in and you know that the users are from research. That's simple. You can give access to these models that are only for research. But with texts, with textual data, Clarin is full of open data. So this is not a problem. But if we collect text collections for research use from the web, this is the exemption is only for training models. Legal issue, what is training a model, but anyway, we cannot share this data. So here's a problem, but this is limited only to larger data sets that we collect from many sources on the basis of exemption for training model. And still, this is a thing to be solved in law. So we are waiting to be linked to EOSC.
Okay, so I represent probably, maybe, that's what I think at least, maybe I'm wrong, the worst case scenario, which is the genetic data. And this is what people fear the most. So we are hosting the Federated European Genome Archive at the University of Łódź, and as well, we're also the co-founder of the BBMRI ERIC PL network. We were responsible for the IT in the first round of the BBMRI ERIC. And I don't know if people know that, but actually one of the largest genetic private companies, which was 23andMe, just went bankrupt. And people have sent data there, lots and lots of data, lots and lots of genotypes, and God only knows what's going to happen with that, because it was the private sector. And this is what I believe is a very good point in this context. We have to understand that these infrastructures, like the European Genome Archive and other ones, that are governmental based and federated infrastructures, are the ones that deal with the security of the data. So open data doesn't mean that it's open to anyone. Open data doesn't mean that we're just sharing everything as we can. There's also a data access committee, there's everything else, right? And there has to be a need. This is, again, with medical data, there has to be, people have to feel the need of the right way of securing the data, the right way of collecting the data, and the benefits of actually collecting the data, because that's a social benefit that we're talking about. So I believe that there is no huge technical problem at all with connecting to EOSC, because some of the European Genome Archive nodes have already tried this as well as Elixir. The BBMRI ERIC is part of EOSC basically right now. So that's not a problem. The issue is more a local one, in my opinion at least, is that we have to trust and believe that open data doesn't mean that I'm going to collect someone's genotype data and just pass it along. That's not the case. What we have to put through is that there is a need of collecting that data, because there's a lack of genetic data, of structured genetic data from the Polish population. That's one thing. And the other thing is that we actually make it secure. Instead, just putting it in the private sector, and you just send your data to 23andMe, and right now we don't really know what's going to happen with it.
Thank you for all the answers. We have some time, and I just came up with another question to you, and it might be controversial, so excuse me in advance, because I am thinking that EOSC is maybe not just, but yet another space to do something together. One of my main drivers for being here is trying to bring more efficiency by connecting, integrating technically, policy, operationally, what we already have in Poland for the sake of our users and users out there. Of course, there is the money issue. I'm not discussing the money issue right now. I would like not to. I know it's impossible in the end, but do you personally believe or would like to participate in the concept, it can be EOSC, it can be anything else, but do you think there is a value and, you know, purpose that you believe at in doing things together, right? Going next step up, trying to talk to each other from the user point of view, what they need, and try to connect together. In the, for example, under the open data policy we will be bringing up in Poland, obviously the open data is not necessarily open, following whatever is necessary to follow, as open as possible and close as necessary, right? So do you think this is something, do you think we are ready in Poland? Like, are we ready to build something together on the next, to go to the next level?
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, well, briefly, I think no, we're not ready. In terms of medical research, I believe there is a number of barriers that we need to move around, and our weakness is that we don't really have the whole pipeline on the end of government funding and public research. There is no progress in medicine without biotech, without companies, and we don't really have any serious big pharma in Poland. So in terms of medical research, what we can do, we can share data on genetics, we can share data for clinical epidemiological studies, and that will work. But that's only part of the picture. And since we don't have any major commercial players, we will never get these discoveries to a place, to a stage when they will be self-funded, or they will actually benefit society in the way that typical medical research does. We need to close that gap somehow. And with the distrust that we have for big pharma and for the companies and for external capital outside of Poland, this is really an issue, because there is a fear on the government level and on patient level that the companies want their data to do something and that will not benefit them. I believe that 90% of drugs that we're using right now are produced by companies that are external. We hardly have any drugs that are innovative in Poland. All of the drugs that we use for serious diseases, all the biologicals, are externally produced, so they come to us, and yet we fear to let our data get to the big pharma outside of Poland for their use. So there is this gap that we need to somehow bridge, this public-private partnership, and know that while basic science can be covered in terms of data sharing, and researchers do an excellent job, or we've shared data before EOSC was fashionable, I'd say, and we managed to somehow do that, and people were sharing data because it's the essence of science. But when we want to get science commercialized, when we want to get science to the patient's bedside, we need to involve the commercial partners. And there is a government and national level mistrust with the commercial sector. And that's something that we need to work on.
I totally get that, especially for the data part for your discipline. But do you see any part of the things you bear, like services, infrastructures, whatever, that might join the national infrastructure with something
that's already there. We have
the edge use cases where it's tricky, but...
No, we have the digital medicine centers which collect epidemiological data, which collect high-level hospital information system data, and that is a wealth of clinical abundance, and that is shareable, that can be shared. But the thing is that if it's sharing data for the sake of just basic science and data exchange, it's just part of the picture. We can do that, but again, public funding will run out sometime, and even the National Science Center does not have enough funds to cover all of the research ideas that Polish researchers have, and neither does the Medical Research Agency. So we need to involve the partners that will actually use the data for the benefit of society. Right now, what I believe we're doing, we're using data for data's sake and to publish results and to do basic science on a level that is publishable, which is good, but again, we can't get to the level where it actually benefits society. And that in turn makes the society distrustful of why do we need data at all? Because again, nobody cares about publications, frankly, sorry.
From the HEP perspective, what would you say?
Well, if you ask if we are mentally prepared, so okay, fine. From scientist, I can say as a scientist, it's a quite good idea. The point is that the question is if we are prepared from the software point of view and from the infrastructure. You know better than me, without money, it will not happen. So we need some money to prepare our infrastructure, our e-infrastructure, just to, first of all, to create all these needed tools like containers, storages, whatever, software, which sometimes it's quite complicated, because I would like to, again, back to the point that it depends on the structure of data. There are some data which are incorporated in some sense in the architecture of the hardware. Then it means that to allow this data to be evaluable in EOS requires a lot of work and prepare virtual machines and the other tools. I'm not an expert, so you know better than me. Nevertheless, this requires some money, unfortunately.
Thank you. Tomek, your perspective?
Okay, so I think we already collaborate in the sense that, for instance, many representatives from Poland are involved in the Social Science and Humanities Open Cluster, which is working on a European level, where we're trying to kind of strengthen our collaboration, but also work on some specific services, a kind of contribution of social science and humanities to EOSC. I mean the SSH Open Marketplace, which is kind of discovery platform for this, let's say, area. And there are multiple research infrastructures involved, like Opras, Daria, Clarin, but also CESDA. So it's already there, and I would even say that there is already a kind of start of collaboration on a national level. I mean, several weeks ago, we met at Warsaw School of Economics, where research infrastructures could exchange ideas, present their activities, and specifically, we had a dedicated, I would say, satellite meeting for social science and humanities research infrastructure, where we could discuss potential collaboration also in the context of EOSC. So yeah, I personally think we should go this way, and it's already kind of ongoing or starting, so to say.
Thank you. Maciej?
Clarin simply originated from the collaboration between computer scientists who are responsible for building infrastructure, but we are doing this for the social science and humanities, and without a mutual collaboration, we couldn't come to the tools that we have, because in order to build some solution, you have to collaborate, co-work closely with users, so both sides are equally almost creators of the infrastructure. And also Clarin is continuously looking for possibilities to contact users, to approach users, because in Poland it's not so easy. In humanities there is one mailing list. You send a mail to link mailing list, and almost all linguists, people of humanities are approached by your message. In the case of social sciences, there's no such common communication means. So yeah, we perceive EOSC as an integration platform, collaboration platform, and a possible, and yet a forum, some space in which we could meet more users and find more users.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to be quick on this one. We all know that doing science is not about the publications, it's not about the papers and the results. It's about opening the doors for the people that's going to come next. So that's what we do for a living. We open the doors for others that come after us. Hey, this is what I did, do something better with this. And when it comes to infrastructure, the same thing holds. We need to agree that we build one infrastructure and we collaborate on it. And we have to just limit our egos and say, let somebody else have the money to develop it as well. It's not me who has to be the champion of the world.
Well said. And I'm not sure if there is anyone who can fulfill this request, but yes, it would be great to have a space where we can make that collaboration happen officially, right? To start talking about how to do it together. And now, Ruta, I will introduce you to the last question of this session.
And the very last question is expected to be answered shortly with a very short comment. Before that, I want to comment what I like particularly in this session. Finally, we started talking specific about data. There is data and data. It's very different. When we talk in policy about the data, it's monolithic, but it does not tell anything. So that's very, very good. So now we are down to earth. And the last question is your research infrastructure interested in joining now or soonish, either in an informal way, the EOSC network, or in a more formalized way, in the node to participate in the EOSC Federation build-up phase? Please.
So, yeah, as a medical research agency, yes, we are, but I believe we're lacking at least 2 specific laws that will enable us to assure that the data is properly anonymized and modified so that it can be used. And additionally, we need to lay the whole legal groundwork for sharing data from clinical trials, which right now cannot really be reliably done. So again, this is, we're looking to the future, and probably a more distant future than in other areas. And if we're specifically talking about the medical research and clinical trials that we're funding.
Talking in the name of NCBJ, yes, we are interested. We are now informal in some sense because we are not a member, but we are working in the frame of NDA for EOS program. And of course, no, I don't want to be nasty. No, yes, formally, if we be able to prepare our computer center and we will have money for that, then we will join.
So the formal way is the consortium forming the EOSC PL node, and the informal way is the network where we collaborate based on the best effort. Good. And for Wojciech, your answer was yes for the network or yes for the formal consortium?
Yes, but I cannot make any specific commitments right now because, again, the agency does not have its own data. We coordinate a network of 19 digital medicine centers and 35 clinical trial centers, and they have all autonomy. They are different units, and they're supervised by different ministries. And again, some of them are like Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Health or Ministry of whatever. So again, there is an issue that in order to coordinate that, as I mentioned, we need the European Health Data Space to come into force and be organized locally and supervised by the Ministry of Health. And again, we need specific laws in sharing the data between the centers, which is an act from 2000, I believe 2008 or 2004 actually, so 20 years outdated legal background, and we need to fix that.
Okay, thank you. And Mr., because I'm not sure if for you it's informal or formal or both? Informal, okay, thank you. Tomasz?
Okay, so in terms of social science and humanities, PSNC, we are involved in DARIA, OPRAS, and IRIS. So in principle, I would say there is openness in both contexts, right? And informally, we already do that. I mean, we're already building kind of part of EOSC in this context. But of course, I mean, we would need to know the details, right, in order to commit like further.
The fun fact also, like structural, the organization structure speaking, we are probably asking you not as PSNC, because as PSNC you might be a member, maybe it's the governmental issue, right? But as the RI.
Yeah, sure. I mentioned PSNC because we are associated, let's say, to 3 research infrastructures. So I was kind of commenting this on behalf of those 3 research infrastructures. So in principle, yes, there is openness. And as I mentioned, again, we are already kind of doing that, right? Building part of EOSPL or EOSC EU, whatever you call it. That's my opinion. But in terms of formal participation, well, of course, we need to know the details, right? On how could we proceed with that.
Thank you. Maciej?
Several times, yes. Yes, we are ready. Yes, we are interested, and we have possibilities to connect our infrastructures. Being a part of formal consortium will be even more interesting.
Thank you. Okay, so again, as hosting the European Genome Archive and being involved in the regional digital medicine center, yes, but what we need is a legislation. It's a legislation on genetic data and how to use it and how to share it. We don't have it. Is a legislation about how to share medical data, how is it supposed to be anonymized, certified, secure, and so on. If we have that, I mean, that's what we do. That's why we're here for. We're here to share the data that we have collected. So
Okay.
yes.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank also very much and to draw a conclusion that whatever it might be, research infrastructures is a very good shortcut to EOSC. So let's try to use it.
Yes, and we need money. Whoever has it, please give it to us. Yes. But no, seriously, I think that it's also on us to make our ways. If we really want to do that, we need to find a way, right? We need money, that's obvious, and we need to find a way how to do this. Okay. Thank you a lot. It was magnificent. Thank you, the audience, and dziękujemy bardzo.
Half an hour.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one panel ahead of us. It's even a little bit late, but we will manage. We will try to keep it short. So my name is Olga Bohuslava. I'm from Czech Republic, from Masaryk University, representing EOSC CZ Secretariat, which we have on several institutions. And I'm here instead of my colleague, Jiří Marek, who cannot participate, unfortunately. My dear colleague, Małgorzata Kurko-Wiak is a bioinformatician and data scientist from the Gdańsk University, and she is an advocate for the open science principles, taking care about it at the Gdańsk University. So we will try to chair this panel. And so can I ask the panelists to come here? We don't have them here. Okay, no. So yeah, we have a panel which is focused on domain-specific aspects of research data management, which is really, it's a diverse topic. And yeah, I was also wondering how to start it, because, for example, in Czech Republic there is now really, let's say, active and vocal debate about the data storage, about the repositories. So maybe we'll come to it, because some of you already have some experience in it, or I just saw it, so that will be maybe interesting thing. And yeah, we just thought that we do it like that. We always introduce a speaker, and then they will have the presentation. So I will ask Małgorzata to start with it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga, for this nice introduction. And now let's begin with our first speaker, Magdalena Szuflita-Żurawska. She's the head of the Scientific and Technical Information Services and the Open Science Competence Center leader at the Gdańsk University of Technology. And Magda will cover the more general topic. It will be the title is Fair Tools, Making Research Project Results Sustainable. Magda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here, and thank you to staying until the end. So as Małgosia mentioned, today I would like to focus on one word, more generic one, and I think is sometimes overused recently, is sustainability. I would like to talk about sustainability because it was mentioned a few times today in different presentations. It was mentioned in the ERA policy, and it was mentioned also that is one of the most important goals for our projects and our infrastructures. Sustainability, it might be the definition of the sustainability might be divided into a few dimensions. My personal opinion, the most important ones is that making things sustainability is making things accessible and also reusable. You can see on my presentation, you can see one very, very famous quote. And this quotation, we have to move back to the 16th and the beginning of 17th century. So knowledge is power. I think everybody knows that quotation. And it was said by one of the most prominent philosophers and fathers of modern science, Francis Bacon. But what he said after that the knowledge is power, he said that sustainability in research ensures that power is not lost, but shared and built upon for the future. And it's also regarding our previous panel, and I really like one of you said that what we are doing at the moment, we are opening the doors for the future generation. And without sustainability and thinking about sustainability for our tools and projects, it will be impossible to make every project successful. So I'm not going to go through all the EOSC projects and tools because at the moment I think we have something like over 40 EOSC infra projects. Some of them they are already finished, some of them they are in the middle, and we also we will have new projects in the following months. All of those projects and also different task forces, they developed tools, services, frameworks, recommendations. I would like to know how many of these recommendation tools they are used by researchers in Poland. How many of these tools, services, recommendations they are you using in your daily basics? I mentioned some of the services like a Fuji, the tool, you can check the fairness of your data and infrastructure. Also, I don't know, the newest one developed from the Skills for EOSC project, the minimum viable skill set. is working as a framework for people who would like to, for example, establish the data stewards network. But all those results, all those tools, services, they are living somehow in bubble. And in that bubble, my personal opinion, like Roxana said before, so many personal opinions today, but we people who working in this project, we are in the bubbles. And today also it was mentioned information flow. At the moment, we do not have information flow between projects. Sometimes, unfortunately, even if the EOSC projects, it's quite small community, over 40 projects, sometimes some of the projects, they are invented the wheels again. So what we can do? When we are now in the building phase of our Polish node. First of all, I think we need to embed sustainability from the start. So even if we are not, we are at the beginning of creating that infrastructure, we have to think about who will be using this and how to make it reusable for the future generation. Of course, we need to do this infrastructure and services according to the fair and care principles and according to open science requirements. What else? Long-term hosting and governance. You mentioned before that it's a lack of cooperation with industry. So we have to start that also now. We have to secure the partnership with so many universities, institutions, and other bodies from the beginning. Money, of course, is very, very important. So we will be looking for the business and funding models. It might be from the grants, it might be from the ministry. it won't be successful at the beginning, but hopefully we will find the way to secure also fundings to making our project sustainability. Community engagement and training. That's my personal favorite because I love working with people. I love working with researchers. I'm giving the training and I try to be a part of many different task forces and many different groups. So inform our community and engaging our community, I think it's a clue and it's supposed to be established from the beginning, because we can develop the best infrastructure in the world. Without people, without researchers, if someone doesn't know about the infrastructure, and the second thing, if someone doesn't use this infrastructure, it won't be successful again. So standardization and integration, I think, is one of the challenges, how to make this interoperability between different types of the different domains, how to make your infrastructure more cross-over domain. And policy and advocacy, the last one I would like to mention, working with our authorities. Sometimes at the university, it's very structured and hierarchical institution. It's very hard, even if people have knowledge about infrastructure, standards, and whatever. It's very hard to reach to the top. So we need the policy. It was mentioned, I don't know how many times, that we need the Polish open science, open data policy. Now I think we have another deadline mentioned by our ministry at end of July, so finger crossed. However, we need to have the way to introduce that principles of the open science policy to our university authorities. And how to make tools, services, sustainability. It's a bottom-up approach, so small steps. And one of the examples at the end of my presentation is from my team and my university. Last year, we tried to develop or incorporate a Fuji tool into our lectures and trainings for first-year PhD students. This lectures training, they used to be obligatory. Now it's changed, it's only mandatory. However, still we try to show them different possibilities and different beautiful services developed by other projects. And hopefully, because this tool was showed for over 100 PhD students last year, and next week I will show another 100 PhD students. Hopefully some of them, maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 students, they will be using that and showing that again. So thank you.
Thank you, Magda. Thank you, Magda, for your talk. And do we have questions for Magda? Oh, yes, you have the question.
Sorry, but I have to ask you the question. Could you imagine sustainability without some funding perspective?
What we're doing now in the EOSC Polish node, that phase, we're doing that by without additional funding.
Additional, but there's always some funding. There's no additional, you mentioned, but there's always some funding. There's no free lunch. At least computer must work.
No, but it's always, you can always find a way to fund something if you want.
If electricity is shut down, no. There is no sustainability in digital world.
Oh my God. No, but still, I think
Yeah, I know. Okay, there are some ways.
that's the
in our case,
philosophical
our university is paying rector, but okay.
Okay, so I think we can just have one question, so maybe later we will see how the panel will finish. And now we have another speaker, and is Marcin Wichorowski, who is a CIO, if I read it correctly. So you are Chief Information Officer at the Institute of Oceanology, Polish Academy of Sciences, and he's an expert in oceanographic data, and he contributes to many international ocean data communities through the engagement in related initiatives. And yeah, so I'm really looking forward for this presentation. So if you would like to start.
Thank you. My name is Marcin Wichorowski. My background is computer science because I graduated at University of Technology, but over 30 years I work at Institute of Oceanology, and I became oceanographer, and I am part of oceanographic world right now. I have been invited, thank you organizers for this invitation, to talk about interoperability. The title is more complex than this in agenda because interoperability affects from heterogeneity of data. Interoperability, in brief, is ability of two systems to communicate, to exchange information, to exchange data. But when we talk about interoperability of data, we have to consider more aspects of this phenomenon. So we have to keep under control heterogeneous data sources. We have different files, different databases, different web services. We have a wide spectra of nature of data. We have structured data, non-structured data. We have different spatial and temporal resolutions, and data are provided by different protocols. And all of this has to be considered to unify the enable different systems and platforms to process data and retrieve information. This is very important. Interoperability is very important, and it has been reflected in the FAIR guiding principles, and special principles has been set for interoperability. So data has to be interoperable, and this means that we have to use data and metadata, formal, accessible, shared, and broadly applicable language. We have to use controlled vocabularies to manage data, and we have to include qualified references for data objects. So it's much better to point what is the relation between different data objects than just to say that they are associated. I start my presentation with the concept of heterogeneity. I am from ocean domain, from marine science domain, and what you can see on the slide is a chart presenting the complexity of one of oceanographic experiments. So we have very different data sources. We have satellite imaginary involved in research. We have vessels, we have aerial imaginary as well. So all of measurements or all of imaginary taken from the air to the earth. We have vessels, we have buoys, we have some platforms used for measurements, we have autonomous platforms as well, but also we have a lot of devices set into water and also on the bottom of the sea. So we have, when we want to make a complex research on the water domain, we have to take samples from water. We have to take samples from the bottom. We have to take video surveillances from the bottom sea. And occasionally also we use drifters. Maybe you have seen about Argo. Argo is a fleet of floaters, more than 3,000 right now, which are autonomous and are moving all over the world in the oceans and make continuous measurements of water domain. So heterogeneity of data sources is a nightmare or a challenge or a possibility for ocean sciences. Also, we have a lot of heterogeneity of data domains. So we, as Institute of Oceanology I'm working for, we are conducting research on marine physics, marine biology, marine chemistry, marine genetics, and all these disciplines work together. So we are trying to conduct interdisciplinary research because they have greater value and they give better picture of the ocean. This is also one of experiments, very complex experiments, conducted by Institute of Oceanology, and you can see how many different data sources and how many different data domains were used for this experiment. Heterogeneity of data we can consider on different levels. So we have a level of systems. It's interaction between computers on different operating systems because there are different computers, different devices, they have different operating systems and they have worked together. Also, we have heterogeneity on the level of syntactic. So we have differences between formats such as graphic markup language or shapefile. There are two of these formats are for geographic properties. Also, we can consider heterogeneity on level of schematic. Schema means a conceptual schema is a way we represent data or define attributes of data. When we have two different systems, and for example, we are doing something we call sampling, it could be treated as a separate concept or as an attribute of broader concept like measurement. We can also consider semantic level because we have different semantic schemas. Meaning of some concepts also could be ambiguous. For instance, if we talk about temperature, we have to be sure if we are talking about air temperature, sea surface temperature, or water body temperature. In fact, it's more complex because vocabulary provided by British Oceanographic Data Center has over 40,000 different concepts, and oceanographers use all of them to make research in oceans. It's like an iceberg. So we have heterogeneity on different levels. We are getting deeper and deeper and deeper. As you know, iceberg is a thing which we can observe just a surface layer, which is 10 parts of all of the body of the iceberg. So if we go deeper from semantics to systems, we have to consider different ways to provide interoperability. Interoperability is very complex. It's no time to talk about, I think all of these positions in this inventory can be discussed on separate conferences, but when you look at Internet of Things ecosystem, you can see how complex interoperability is, and in such case, like Internet of Things, there are devices provided by different vendors, and they are using different data protocols, and all of this could be used more efficient and provide greater economic value if it is interoperable. So, how to foster interoperability of data? We have to have, especially between two data centers or two different research groups, we have to consider common sense for data management plans, common sense for data lifecycle plans, enforce policy common for these groups. We have to deploy control vocabularies. We have to establish common transmission protocols, etc. Going to the end, I would like to show you two use cases. One of these use cases is Svalbard Integrated Earth Observing System, which is providing technical requirements for interoperability, so interoperability guidelines. And another system, another use case is Polish Ocean and Data Information System. In Polish is ECUDO, Elektroniczne Centrum Udostępniania Danych Oceanograficznych, where we have 7 scientific institutions. We have over 7 million data sets as open access. We have over 500 terabytes of data, but we deploy standards, and all of this works smoothly. Eventually, we are part of the ecosystem as a human being, and we have to be interoperable with this ecosystem with nature. Please keep it in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcin. I would like to ask if there is a question in the audience. Okay, Roxana, go ahead. Mike, somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. For those of you who maybe not know, but Martin is also representing one of the scientific communities in EOSC named Blue Cloud. And when I found out about them, I was taken away because you've done so much interoperability in such a heterogeneous environment as I don't think, okay, I don't want to compare, but like one of the top communities, I would say. And my question is, in one of the slides you've shown that to reach that level of interoperability on a data level, a lot of things had to be standardized, right? And now in EOSC, like you are a subset of a much wider spectrum of data that is supposed to be interoperable, both technically, semantically. And there's this idea that maybe we don't have to follow the same standards either on the schematic level or semantic level, but maybe we can use the AI that will somehow magically enable the interoperability between different kinds of data, as you've presented it in your slides, among different scientific disciplines. Do you believe it's feasible that the AI will solve our problems regarding data interoperability among different communities?
Yes, I think it's feasible. Maybe we can unveil a bit history of oceanographic, maybe not oceanographic research, but integration of oceanographic institutions and how they work together to assure interoperability of data. As you can see, oceanography is a very complex environment, and there are very different disciplines and very different research, very different devices. But we, as oceanographers world, we start to do integration from 90s. So it's a very long run where we are at the moment. And it was really hard to establish or to convince all organizations, all researchers to use these standards. So we have to do this without AI because AI was not available. But you can be sure that AI can help a lot when we have to develop interoperability of different data sets. So to extend this interoperability to more disciplines and not only oceanography.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, do we have maybe some other question? If not, I will ask, because I'm really interested in this. Interoperability considered as really one of the most difficult things, not only within the EOSC, but do you feel that you are moving forward?
Yes, every day, every hour even, because we have a lot of discussions, a lot of meetings. And
yeah, because I can imagine how difficult this is.
Producers are providing new equipment, and they are sometimes trying to keep backward compatibility with older equipments, but very often it's not possible or it's not feasible. So we have to develop interoperability all the time, and we have special procedures to develop controlled vocabularies, for instance. So if something new has been found and something new has been researched, this is reflected in controlled vocabulary of oceanographic parameters.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Good luck with that. Okay, so we can move to another speaker.
Yes, so our next speaker is Wojciech Fendler, who is the head of Medical Research Agency, and he will give a talk about FAIR and CARE.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. I'm a bit puzzled because everybody got one nice word and we've got two, and each of them are 4 different words, and care is actually ambiguous here because it pertains to both medical care and the principles of using data from indigenous populations. So this might be a bit of a rush, but I'll try to skim through that and use the opportunity to tell you about the complexities of the medical world as well. So what we are doing, the Medical Research Agency, as I mentioned, we are essentially coordinating and funding the non-commercial area of research in Poland, and we have about 330 now more projects in our portfolio that pertain to all specialties of medical care. The non-commercial trials being ones that are invented by researchers, so they are bottom-up ideas, some things that people, researchers, doctors want to do to improve medical care and provide patients with better treatment opportunities. And the non-commercial clinical trials that have been run over the last 6 years are one aspect of the funding, but the second one, the more data-oriented, are the digital medicine centers. And we have 19 of them, and those are probably the most advanced units in terms of high-level medical data that is being standardized. The projects were launched in 2023, so they are now being expanded and organized. We've invested over 100 million euros in them, probably a bit more now, including the prior funding. And those digital medicine centers will serve as beacons and flagships in the European Health Data Space Regulation implementation. Those centers encompass close to 30 clinical hospitals, some of them medical institutes, some of them clinical hospitals by the medical universities. And their task is to provide hubs of high-level data for research purposes and use them as in as fair adjacent or fair aligned way as possible. What every digital medicine center does is that it contains data from all the aspects that are being handled by the hospital. So we have laboratory data, we have histopathological data, we have imaging data, laboratory diagnostics, but also the genetic ones, monitoring of wearables and devices that were typically not included in the hospital information systems, and a wealth of other tools, including open text data from patients, from physicians' notes and recordings. So quite a lot of that. And every single one of those digital medicine centers handles at least, I would say, 100,000 patient observations per year, some of them getting closer to 500,000 recordings because they cover outpatient and inpatient visits as well. So quite a lot. And they are distributed across all of Poland. They're easily findable through the website of the agency or through their own websites. And they were tasked with securing the data in a way that will be, again, fair aligned so that it can be identified and then can be accessed. Because of the legal complexities of the medical world, we don't have a fixed agenda or a uniform way of sharing that. So typically we rely on bilateral data transfer agreements, as we typically do in international studies in Poland and Polish studies alike. So again, they are contactable, they have a way of exporting data, or at least they're working on it, and they're working also on one another thing, on exporting data for behalf of the medical research agency. So in a way, in the near future, hopefully by the end of this year, the agency will be a data access hub for all the digital medicine centers who can establish collaborations on their own, but also there will be a central contact point, which I believe is something that the EOSC wants to have. The medicine centers, they're trying to make the data collection process more uniform. So they use one constant form for patients. They try to use unified data standards, the data transfer standards. So they're agreed to use the OMAP standard for data recording and the HL75 for data transfer. They're consistent in sequencing of data collections and using the data algorithms that they have. They have a working group, actually several, that try to integrate that and to provide and to create a uniform front of showing how this can be done so the data can be exchanged between different institutions in Poland and abroad. So again, quite a lot of work has been done here. Again, we are right now at the sort of beginning, or maybe the end of the beginning, the Court Churchill, and those centers are collecting the data, processing them, and they will be allowing the medical research agency to export the data, integrate with other centers or with systemic data from the National Health Fund or other nationwide data collection sources, and independently provide their own reports or provide the researchers with tools to use that on a national level basis. So what we believe that this is something that the EOSC can readily use. However, as I mentioned, there is a couple of different roadblocks that we have to pass and navigate through, including the predominantly being based on the legislation gaps that we have. So different laws pertaining to different aspects of data sharing. And that is something that nobody wants to do in the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Science or digitalization. So again, this is a bit of a battlefield for us right now. So what we want to do is, again, we have this in mind that the medical data should be aligned with the FAIR principles. We want to make it as fair as possible. However, again, this sadly is more complex than we would initially wish, again, because of the interoperability issues between different medical devices. And again, I believe in the oceanography world, there is a number of different devices. You can imagine that in the medical field, you can use different devices and different data centers for the exact same thing in multiple ways, and there is no systemic way of cooperating that, because every single data center, every single hospital has to use devices procured through the public procurement programs. So again, everybody may have something completely different, and we have different data systems as well. So again, interoperability is an issue. Accessibility, as I mentioned, because of the systemic fear of stealing the data and exporting or whatever we're doing with that on behalf of Big Pharma, is also an issue. And again, reusability can only come into force once people are actually done with clinical trials. So again, the data that the agency is right now funding for the 334 projects I've mentioned is that those are clinical trials that are ongoing, and the data will be made open after the trials are collected and data is published. So again, we're talking on a very long-term perspective of sharing the data and making it fair, as I mentioned here. So again, this is something that is sadly more complex than we wished it to be. That stopped working. Yeah, and the second part is the care, which is actually quite surprising, because again, these are the regulations that pertain mostly to indigenous data. However, this is something that I grew fond of while reading that and preparing for the presentation, because the ethics, the authority to control, responsibility, all the aspects here, they pertain to data of all kinds, particularly medical data. And again, if we consider the European Union as a bunch of different countries, that probably all of them are sort of indigenous. And again, if we want to make sure that the data for Polish patients within the European health data space are not lost, then we need to sort of project these principles onto the nationwide level. However, this is an issue that I want to make you aware of, that in terms of Poland and data sharing, what we imagined it to be in the agency is that because of the public healthcare system in Poland is free, what you leave in the system, your medical data, can be considered as sort of a tax, because again, you get the care for free. If you were born in the States, you would be left on your own, right? Right now, you'd probably go bankrupt if you had an abscess or some sort of major surgery right now. So if the system is free and the data obtained through the system is free, then, well, we pay the tax in the data that is reusable for the researchers who are also publicly funded, right? But again, as we know the history, there could be no taxation of representation. So if we are a population that is vulnerable, or if we are a population that shares its data, then we should have a word in what happens with the data. And surprisingly, in Poland, a lot of people do not have representation. And again, probably most of you are incapable of actually impacting what is going on with your data. This is the purpose of the European Health Data Space, so the data will be traceable. You'll be able to monitor who is accessing your data and potentially withdraw the data if you find the need to do so. However, if we consider the most vulnerable and most neglected populations, those would be the minorities. And in Poland, we have quite a lot of them, actually. And given the excellent census that was conducted, we know that there is, sorry for the letters, I can't see them from here. I hope that they are larger there, but again, what I'm showing here is that there's about 1 million of people in Poland who report their nationality as something else than Polish or as the second nationality. So, and those are, the 1 million people that are there and probably more, those are ones who have no impact whatsoever on the government policy, on handling the data, on authorities that use the data and so on. So they contribute the data to the publicly health funded system and they can do nothing with that. So again, if we consider that we want to use the care principles in Poland, then sadly, I'm getting too close of time, in Poland we try to make them as fair as possible, but for now it doesn't seem that we care that much. And we probably should care more. So again, we'll try to do that in shaping the policy of the Medical Research Agency for handling medical data. But again, given the complexity that there are, I believe that in our case, fair should come before care. So we'll try to make the data scientifically usable, sound, and then work on the ins and outs of making sure that the minorities and the neglected populations are not neglected. So thank you for your attention, and I'm all ready to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you for your great talk, and do we have questions?
Just a question of ignorance. What types of data do you collect? Visual, video, digital? There must be lots of them, but just enumerate.
All of it. Actually, the capacity of the digital medicine centers is bottom-up. So whatever they declare they can collect, and we should have access to anonymized layers of those data, and potential to integrate that, or pseudo-anonymized, and potential to integrate the data with system level. So if a particular digital medicine center wishes to collect radiology data for radiomics use, they can do so, and we should have access to it. If they don't declare, they don't have to. So we're not standardizing the types, because again, most of the digital medicine centers are sort of different. We have institutes like Institute of Oncology, which has a specific set of patients and specific set of examinations that's being done. We have regional hospitals, we have academic hospitals, and so on. So the assumption is that they collect everything that they can, and everything that can be digitalized and can be indexed within the catalog of the data they have, it should be there, and we should have access to know that that kind of resource is findable and accessible. So again, and at some level, we should be able to integrate that. We are at the end of the beginning of this road. So right now, we're working on the accessibility for the catalog, and the centers are working on the standardization of the OMOP to get the catalog in place. But once it's done, we will, as the agency, will be able to extract that, and the digital medicine centers will be able to connect with one another. So that's the purpose. Ultimately, everything. But again, at this point, it's declarable, and most of the hospital level data is there. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have more questions? Okay.
Just a simple question. So do you plan as agency to implement some kind of policy that would make it possible to share this data from the regional centers with EOSC?
Yeah, we have quite a lot of policies, sadly, and we could do fewer of those, because we have right now we are under the law on clinical trials, the law on medical devices, the law on patient rights and patient spokesperson. We have the European Health Data Space, and we have we have the GDPR, obviously. So we have a standard for the data of the digital medicine centers, and we're working on a shared data access agreement for researchers wanting to use the infrastructure. And we're working on a law that is hopefully will be passed by June on an analytical platform that will allow us to integrate that and use that for the digital, for public use and for sharing of industry. The issue is that, again, between that, we have the patient's rights, and that legal act that encompasses and covers the patient's rights is dated from 2004 with a couple of minor additions after the time. And we have, again, as I mentioned, the fear of the hospitals and their belief that they can sell the data and make money on that rather than use it for public service. So the researchers are neglected and cut off from the research they could actually use because of the fear of actually making money on the side. So we're working on that, but again, it's difficult. So our idea is that once we've set up, once the EHDS comes into force and it requires certain level of data access, it will be much more easier. And by then we'll have the catalog and the accessibility and the sandboxes in the trusted research environment to work on. But in terms of sharing of the data, we have this uniform data standard for export, and we encourage the medicine centers to use bilateral data transfer agreements to launch their own projects in the meantime. So that's the road right now. Yeah.
Okay, the last question.
Thank you. On the conceptual level, in EOSC there is this idea to maybe to provide a long-term sustainability that the resources which are expensive should be shared. Storage is one of them. So for example, we are looking into the possibility where one of the nodes, the instruct, wants storage from some other nodes. And we are exploring this federated storage approach to serve this, what we call use case. And now, in our Polish bubble, also from the sustainability perspective, we are imagining, we have the theory that maybe some centers of competences, not competences, but capabilities, storage being one of them, should be shared about the other stakeholders in Poland. Now, for example, the storage data infrastructure that Norbert was talking about might be one of them for the storage purposes, right? Or the PL grid for the computing purposes. From your perspective, especially from the very concrete use case from the medical data, is it possible that once you run out of storage, you might outsource storage capability to some other entity out there? And if yes, what requirements should those infrastructure meet in order to make your data secure and comply with your legal issues?
Yeah, so there are two aspects to that. So first one is legal. The healthcare providers are supposed to retain patient data for, I believe, 5 years or 25 if patient dies, and they have to do it in a way that will be accessible. So at this level, it's usually printed something or some sort of cold storage backup which they need to have. Cloud storage is something that they're exploring, but nobody is willing to take the risk, and they're unwilling to share resources so that multiple hospitals store data in the same spot because of responsibility for that shared infrastructure. So if something fails, there will be, they can't manage the risk and share that. What we are doing on behalf of the scientists and the agency, we believe that the platform for analyzing the integrated data, that will be cloud-based because that data will be anonymized, so we don't really have to worry on that, and that will be scalable. But in terms of storage, of actual storage and infrastructure, that is something that right now the ministry is exploring, something of a sort of a, how they call that, healthcare-based data storage center, whatever, which are 3 different distinct centers in some places that will be major server rooms. I don't believe that is the way forward because, again, that will not scale over time. So probably the hospitals are on their own and they will have to expand the infrastructure independently. And there is no good government level plan to do so. So for the agency behalf, we'll be integrating the data, anonymizing that, launching that in a cloud-based service with remote desktop, and deleting the data afterwards once it's unnecessary. But again, the original data for primary use will be retained by the centers that are providing the care, and they will also be uploaded to something which is called the individual patient account, the IKP, at the Center for eHealth, and that is mandated by the European Health Data Space, so that every one of you will have your medical data on the government level server with some additions and some capacity to add your own data into that. But again, that will be sort of a backup for whatever the primary care providers will have on premises. And unless law changes, they are bound to do so, and they will have to figure out a way of doing that. So right now, they're either contracting archives
or they're expanding their research infrastructure to make sure that they have enough storage. But again, this is something that will not scale over time, and it is unsustainable at this moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being active with your questions. And we still have Social and Science Humanities representative, and it's Maciej Marejo, Assistant Professor and the Founding Director of the Digital Humanities Center at the Institute of Literary Research of the Polish Academy of Sciences. So, stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And, wow, yeah, I'm glad you're still here, and I'm happy because I know that I'm the last one between you and the end, so I feel the burden. But I also wanted to make it easier for you, so there's like an abstract of my presentation here. Maciej Marejo presents the EU-funded projects Graphia and Lumen at the conference dedicated to EOSC in Krakow, Poland. And how about we just turn it into a knowledge graph, just to grasp the whole idea, with knowledge graph being, you know, those structured semantic information networks. As you see, they kind of they have nodes, which are, yeah, like what I just said, they're like some types of entities, like Maciej Marejo, myself, some projects, organizations, European Union being a funder for Lumen and Graphia projects and EOSC and stuff. So basically what I want to talk about here is this sort of kind of structured information which enables, of course, computer to connect more information, computers, and to get more insights, but also helps researchers actually to traverse those graphs and find new insights. So bear with me, and we'll see what we have in store. But first thing, I mean, the main kind of thing I want to show in those two projects I'll be discussing here is how we try to harness both knowledge graphs and LLMs into one workload. So on the other hand, we would use knowledge graphs to kind of provide more structured, solid, factual content. So as you can see that there's this kind of structured information, so linked with each other. So we want to make it easy to, you know, for models to track connections between facts, to kind of provide more context, maybe to provide information which is more easy to explain. On the other hand, we can use so when then you use LLM with knowledge graph, you can, for instance, try to look for specific type of, you know, data for your model, for instance. So kind of just to ask the question for a kind of specific group of text, for instance, which would provide you some answers. On the other hand, we want to use LLMs to kind of provide or to close the patches in our data. So basically to generate, for instance, expand our knowledge graphs, or just try to analyze textual data to uncover some relationships in text, or just to bring us some elements for the network. So as you can see, this kind of road is two-way, and the complementary between those two approaches. And what are the benefits for us, for social sciences and humanities right now? So basically, the key one would be basically to get better understanding of our data. So what you can see here, I mean, you kind of see here because it's small, but it's not. It's just an illustration. So for instance, you can see here like the history of Polish literature from the 90s. So like knowledge graphs for each year, connecting some authors, publishers, you see some groups, etc. But just for information purposes. But this is like a really vast data resource, which you can then harness with. You can use it, explore it for to get more insights about like processes, cultural processes, who's important, who's not, etc. So this is like how we can use it in our work. Moreover, we can kind of do it faster with knowledge graphs to traverse the graph, ask questions, sort the data we have. We can look for filling the gaps, as I mentioned in the case of LLMs, but basically filling the gaps in missing links in historical cultural data, analyze bias and polarization, or create intelligent assistants and knowledge chatbots for cultural institutions. So this is, for instance, what we do with a project Go Triple, with a platform where you can use the chatbot to converse about like specific text from a specific discipline, for instance, to ask questions. So then you can kind of be sure that the model is not hallucinated and is based in the text from that resource. So the first project I mentioned is the Graphia project, the one we just, both were just started, we were excited about both of them. But Graphia is dedicated to create, or basically to build the first knowledge graph of social sciences and humanities, basically the kind of knowledge graph of everything we can put into it, so documents, data, sources, etc., to put it into kind of network, interconnected to network to kind of boost the discovery, but also to boost work in other areas, like for instance, to use this kind of acronym LLM for SSH. So for instance, using a knowledge graph to as I mentioned previously, to, for instance, filter some resources we want to use for training and to responding to our queries. And finally, we want to achieve the social SSH citation index, so basing on the resources we collect, the open resources, to try to build an alternative for the existing, let's say, diplomatically imperfect commercial models. The second project, Lumen, is not so much rooted in knowledge graphs, but also uses them. But its purpose is to kind of guide multidisciplinary exploration. So we also build the graphs here for particular disciplines, but you can see in this scheme that we not only using the SSH, but we also have Earth system, we have mathematics, for instance, and we have different data we try to combine into, we use the same model for them, but of course kind of tweak for particular disciplines, but then we want to harness the graphs to allow multidisciplinary exploration and search. So and the idea, of course, is to connect those data to EOSC for as a service for discoverability. So that's another thing we kind of do, and how those knowledge graphs are useful. Summing up, because yeah, that's about time, I guess. So what the knowledge graphs can kind of do for us is, first of all, kind of try to unleash this synergy. So to have this kind of powerful interaction between knowledge graphs and LLMs to kind of exceed the capacities of either of them. Secondly, something we call explainable intelligence. So basically the system that not only provide answers, but can kind of trace them back to resources. So we know what was behind this particular response we get from LLM, which, for instance, which data, which documents. Empowering SSH, something I mentioned, that we can just try to use our data for broader research, for large-scale patterns analysis, not just individual text, not epochs, but for instance, whole huge time frames. Next key takeaway is data as foundation. So basically that we need, of course, good, well-structured data sets for reliable knowledge graphs. So this is like what we try to do, especially in the Lumen project, to have them the good data for further work. And finally, the data infrastructure, which is needed for them, that we basically aim to provide such infrastructure for this data to kind of make them work in those areas I mentioned. And finally, so I guess there will be some questions, and if I will need to catch a train meanwhile, so maybe I will want to be responding them, but definitely you can just check our the projects I mentioned, our work on those LinkedIn profiles. We just try to post all the updates and stuff, so it's like kind of exciting stuff, and please look at this and follow it. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have questions from the audience? Some? No? Okay, so I'll ask, because I think knowledge graphs and large language models, it's a really very important topic now, I would say. And maybe, Matej, how would you consider, or how would you rate the help of the knowledge graphs towards the data management plans? Is
In what sense? In what sense?
Like, what is the main advantage, let's say, of using knowledge graphs for research data management? Do you see some maybe advancement in this if it helps, or?
Okay, yeah, I get you. Yeah, I mean, basically, the main advantage of knowledge graphs is that basically they make the data like better kind of findable, better also contextualized. So I would say in this with this regard that yeah, definitely it could empower research data management in this sense that you can on one hand easily or find some documents or like you have more connections to them, but also kind of scale up and link them with other similar resources. So definitely this is like probably in the core of the Lumen project I presented, what you were asking.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe probably also the integration when we are talking about the data, not only the data management, but also the data integration.
Yeah.
It's a great tool. Yeah, okay, great. So maybe some questions when you were thinking about it? No? So maybe now I can ask if some of the speakers have questions to each other? No? Okay, we are running out of time, so I think it's fine that we just had the question after the presentation. So great applause for the speakers. Thank you very much. And I just would like to thank all organizers for inviting us and inviting me, because it's a great pleasure to be in Poland again. I've been to 2023 and NTE, and it's always good to go to Poland. So thank you very much again.
Okay, so I have a pleasure to close that conference, and I'll promise to be quick. I'm very builded with all the discussions and all the presentations, what I heard here. It is really a very important topic, and I'm really happy to see all those important topics which were covered and all ideas which we may take home. And I'm also very happy seeing that we have a very big spirit to cooperate and to build the new ideas in the area of open science and the advancements of science based on those aspects. So thank you very much for the attention. And I also want to say thank you for the main organizers of that meeting, to our team. Thank you very much.